Hello, parser people. Happy Tuesday.
Wait, did I fall asleep? I am still kind of hungover from Halloween.
It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday.
Tuesday, definitely.
How are you, J-Ram?
Oh, I'm doing good. I had a lovely and eventful Halloween. I saw, let's see, a good Scooby Gang. I saw Brittany and Justin circa 2001 with the denim tuxedo. There was a pretty good, Beetlejuice, Lydia, and the Shrunken Head guy.
Nice.
Honestly, Montana bringing its costume A game. No complaints. How about you?
I went to a show on Monday. It was fun. It was fun.
Was it butt rock?
It was butt rock. It was there was a Swedish band that was just doing straight butt rock. It kind of ruled.
What does Swedish butt rock sound like?
They had an anthem. No. 80s glam rock butt rock. They had a song that was it was all in English. They had a song that was I am stupid, and I think that was the only lyrics. Hi Pearl, hi PTC. So how's IFComp been going?
Slacking in my duties over the last couple of weeks, but I am really excited to check this one out tonight, and I am really excited that our buddies are here in the chat with us, because I think this one is a little more interactive than usual. Really putting the interaction in that interactive fiction today.
Nice. Yeah, I got as far as getting through the intro, and then I was like, I need to stop playing this. So, okay, what do you know? Let me pull this up, because this is a wild screen to me. Okay, so this game is Lost Coastlines, which I did spell correctly. Excellent. So, what the heck is this adrift? This is something I have not seen.
So Adrift is an interactive fiction language. It's fairly old, I think, and its strengths tend to be in creating one of my absolute favorite things that exists on this planet, which is a really niche genre that nobody loves but me, which is true text-based RPGs with maps and stats and combat, but with that interactive fiction flair where you're exploring and fighting, but you're also choosing dialogue options and affecting stories.
Interesting. Okay. So is that something that Adrift does well?
Well, as we'll see. So from my understanding, it is very, very non-programmer friendly, much like Twine was when it came out a few years ago, although Adrift is considerably older than that. I believe it is also a Windows native, it was created specifically to be a newbie-friendly language, right? And again, a newbie-friendly language that does things that something like Inform doesn't do very easily, at least, which is creating maps and doing these kind of complex interactions. Unfortunately, as with any kind of newbie-friendly tool, that's actually, let me rephrase that. You're gonna get some jank. You're gonna actually get a lot of jank. This game, I think, has only gotten 3 or 4 reviews in IFComp, and I think that's probably because it's not incredibly accessible. You have to download an Adrift-specific interpreter. You have to deal with this kind of wonky interface. The web version almost does not work. I do not even try it, right? But once I started digging around into it, I bounced off of it, I think, once or twice, and then I was like, Oh, oh, I fuck with this.
Nice. Yeah, I was honestly pulled into this character creation in a way, like, I saw this screen and was uh, definitely turned off. Like this teal on black, red on black, just not vibing with the color scheme.
It's absolutely hideous, and I love it. I love it. This game feels a lot like, I don't want to say outsider art, but this is clearly just a labor of love of one person who is just having a grand old time and who does not actually care all that much if it connects with sort of the greater gaming community or even the greater IF community, as long as it connects with the people who get it. And oh boy, William Dooling, that person is me. Thank you for making this. If he polished this up by even 30-40%, I would pay $20 for it and spend 100 hours. Like,
that is a glowing review. I'm also terrified at the thought that it would take 20 hours.
oh, there's a lot in here, my friend.
Not that I haven't played large IF games, but they definitely can wear out their welcome. I mean, then again, how long did it take us to get through one round of Choice of Magics?
The magic is pretty text heavy, right?
Yeah, so this is more parsery in that regard.
Yeah, I think that I've mentioned on the stream before, but probably my single favorite video game of all time is Sunless Sea. A game where the entire point is bopping around little islands, encountering little storylets, solving miniature narrative arcs, and just all this different variety that a chain or an archipelago of islands can offer you, right? There is a lot to love in here, and a surprising amount of depth. But as I mentioned, PGC and Point and Click and all of our buddies in the chat, I would really like. I think you guys would have fun. Let's make a pirate.
Nice. All right. Let's make a pirate. So, Lost Coastlines. You just said the author's name, and I lost it already.
William Dooling.
William Dooling. William Dooling. Good night, Pearl. William Dooling. Theodidactus. Oh, buddy. I love it. Okay. That tells me what I'm getting into. Theodidactus on Twitter.
Delightful.
And yeah, you can absolutely play this game today if you want. Yeah, so you are falling asleep. You drift along the sublime and slightly terrifying border between this world and another. Perhaps you should go the fuck to sleep. Anyway, type commands that appear in all caps. Commands for gamers. Type commands for a list of general commands. Type help for a description of the game. Yeah, alright. What? Oh, I don't have to do this in all caps. What's help? Lost Coastlines is a procedurally generated, text-based, open world role-playing game set in a dream that you, the player, are having. You can interact with the world by text you see in all caps. Additionally, this list of commands will work anywhere. Cargo commands. Difficulty or odds. Equip or wear. Inventory. Look. Save. Status. Undo lock or Iron Man. Wake up, which ends the game and gives you a final score at any time, which I love. Once you finish building your character, you will be placed in a dream world that is randomly generated by the game. You can move around the world by typing a cardinal direction or its abbreviation. Most locations in the world will be open ocean, but when you arrive at an interesting destination, places of interest will appear. Options will be displayed in location descriptions as all caps text. At each location, you can choose to do one thing before moving on. Once you make this choice, you will not be able to do anything else at this location until the map resets. Oh, interesting. Okay. So it is a lot like Sunless Seas in that, like, there's persistent states.
A strong word, but yeah, you get a storylet, you make your choice for that storylet, and then you go do something else for a while until something changes at sea.
Periodically, you will be presented with encounters based on your choices at a particular location. These encounters will present your character with further choices, often with odds of success or failure represented in colored text. You can see the exact percentile meaning of these summaries by typing difficulty and odds, but the summary is pretty self-explanatory. I already checked the difficulty and odds. It is extremely self-explanatory. Hard things are hard, easy things are easy. Options which are easy have a high chance of success. Options which are difficult have a low chance of success. You cannot end an encounter until you make one of the choices presented. Your odds of success or failure will be based on your character's abilities and situation bonuses, which you can type by typing status. Your abilities, might, talent, seacraft, shadowcraft, and dreamcraft, represent skills your character possesses. Situation bonuses, represented by symbols on your status screen, give you bonuses to encounters of a certain genre of type. For example, a +10 bonus to exclamation mark will give your character a greater chance for all options and encounters marked with the exclamation mark symbol, which tend to be encounters representing action or adventure scenarios, traps, dragons, explosions, and the like. Oh, this is a lot of explaining. I probably didn't need to hit help.
This is a very straight... Have you played an RPG? Cool.
Okay, fair. This almost feels like muddy in a way.
Oh, you're so right. I didn't even think of that, but absolutely.
Your character's ability scores or situation bonuses are determined by the options you select at the start of the game, and by the items you choose to equip or wear as the game goes on. Unlike most role-playing games, you have no health, no hit points, and no lives. You cannot die. Instead, failures will give you unpleasance, which decreases your final score, while success will generally give you pleasance, items, cargo, and other rewards. As an open-world game, there is no final goal or overarching story. Do whatever you want. You can end the game at any time by typing "wake up." There is much more to do to the game, which you can discover if you read the manual or play the tutorial.
What do you mean there?
Oh.
Isn't life perpetual unpleasantry? About it.
All right, that is a lot of help text, but I only got through character creation, and I feel like I understand what I was doing a little better. Okay. What are my other choices? It was help.
Commands.
Which I'm going to take a quick screenshot of, because these are some specific ass commands.
I mean, you can access them at any point by typing commands, I believe. Never tell me the odds.
It is really hard to me to like with renounce. Like, on the one hand, I feel like, especially as I am currently playing with Inform, like, I feel like you should have a commands query that says, all right, here are the additional commands that you can do. But sometimes it's like, renounce tells you something about the game that you're probably not going to find otherwise, you know?
Yes and no. I mean, if you're the kind of careful reader that wants to look at the commands, up front, it tells you something about the game, which is that there's an option to renounce all of your possessions. What? But I believe that when we get to a shrine, that will just naturally be in the text as an option for us to do.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, well, let's go to sleep.
I want to make a little guy. Make a little guy.
But where? Where did you fall asleep? On a boat, rocking peacefully in the waves? In a tent, surrounded by the sounds of the wilderness? Somewhere dark and slightly spooky? The night before a very important interview? Safe and warm beside the person you love? On a cold winter's night? In class? Or while watching a movie?
So this is kind of an interesting aspect of the game mechanics. So all of those characters in parentheses to the right of these options, your tildes, your ampersands, your hashtags, and so forth, indicate different kinds of encounters. So when we get to the main gameplay and start having encounters, spooky encounters will be delineated by a hashtag, right? Academic type encounters will have a %sign. Arctic encounters might have an asterisk. And so I believe that, yes, I don't believe it says that right there, that it'll make these kinds of encounters more likely and also make us a little more apt to win at them.
All right. Do we have thoughts? Who are we creating here? Spooky
all right,
sounds
so
fun.
Yeah, I'm always going to pick spooky. Let's be real here.
I mean, spooky or love, I think. Just because, like...
Not... After you.
I feel like love is so open-ended. Like, the other ones are like, okay, on a boat that's like water stuff, wilderness, spooky or winter. All right, that's enough half votes for spooky.
Spooky. I mean, 'tis the season. It is still
Spooky.
the season, goddammit.
Something sinister floats nearby. You shall dream of deep secrets and dreadful deeds. Plus 10 to all encounters with the Octothorpe tag.
Octothorpe, my apologies.
These encounters are twice as common. Oh, wow. Okay. Drifting off. As is customary, you are permitted to bring one thing into the dream with you from the waking world. What shall it be? A deck of tarot cards.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah. What are we looking at here?
So I only played this game once with like a rogue type sneaky character. So I think I chose the mask, which was just an inventory item that gave me like plus 10 to sneaky.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. As is customary. This game is so weird. I love it.
I mean, that makes sense to me. Well, definitely tarot cards would be fun. A book might be fun. A vague feeling of dread?
I would look at that feeling of dread, baby. Or a pair of socks.
Dread or socks? Look.
I mean, it's got to be dread, right?
Yeah, it does. It does, I think. You take your feeling of dread with you from this world into another. I must go down to the seas again, to the lonely sea and sky, and all I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her by, and the wheels kick and the wind's song and the white sails shaking, and a gray mist on the sea's face and a gray dawn breaking.
John Base, William Dooling, I do not know you, but I adore you. John Masefield being, of course, the English poet of the sea, and poet laureate, I believe, for a very long time.
Should you pull out a John Masefield book for when we get to stopping points?
Yes. Oh, I'm doing that right now.
These lines occupy your mind as you drift off to sleep. You're dreaming now. At any time, absolutely any time, you can end the dream by typing "wake up." You drift through a sparkling void, a realm of formless light and shadow. It will take shape soon. Before it does, it's worth asking, who were you in the other world? A fighter for justice and lost causes? An intellectual with a nimble mind and many talents? An explorer, a lover of nature and the outdoors? A scoundrel who cannot be trusted? A dreamer, always distracted by idle thoughts and fancies?
I mean, really, any of the last four sound good to me.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards dreamer. But I also like chaos.
I would strongly recommend let's use the undo command liberally. Like, I know that you're not a huge fan, but I think it should be clear at this point that I really love this game. So I hope it doesn't come across as too much smoke when I say there's a considerable amount of jank. We're going to want to use that undo command. So it doesn't matter all that much.
Yeah, I will go to Iron Man mode another time. Because if this does have that much content, like... And I mean, procedural generation... Does he... Because I know you're deep in the realms. Is there like a... Has he talked at all about like how this is written or how this is made?
No, I am actually not familiar with this writer at all. He had released a game whose name is escaping me, which is very much like this. Also in Adrift, also an exploration sim, which was a space, like a galaxy explorer, right? You're a starship captain rather than a sailor captain. I liked it a lot. This one feels like the game that he was trying to make right then. Like, everything about this screams labor of love to me.
Nice. All right. Well, let's go with Dreamer. You're a dreamer in life. Sleep well and rest easy. You will find much that is strange and wonderful within the dream. Ooh, we have plus 10 Dreamcraft. The more interesting question, of course, is what role will you play within the dream? Who do you want to be? A pirate, a hero, a magnate, a thief, a scientist, or a mystic? Thoughts?
I hope it's not too spoilery when I say that this is, I believe, what gets you your class ability. I don't think your class matters so much for your stats, but you get a certain superpower, right? I chose Thief, which gave me the power to, when I was adventuring in a location, to take the money and run without having to fight my way back out of the dungeon, right? With
does sound useful.
So I would actually say, while I enjoyed playing a thief, I'm always going to want to sneak around and stab people. Maybe pirate? I think that we'll have a more enjoyable gameplay experience. The superpower for that one allows you to basically no-sell random encounters.
What do you mean?
So as you traverse the map, there will often be roll on the random encounter table, right? So you might get caught in a riptide, or you might have to fight a giant sea serpent, or these, I think, end up being your main mechanism for grinding XP and gold. Not literally in this game, but and while they are, useful in that regard, they're also not all that, like, once you've done, 5 or 10 of them, we're playing this on a stream. So I think that maybe choosing the ability that lets us skip to the kind of more written content would be a good move.
Also pirates.
So pirates.
You sail on into the dream to loot and plunder to your dark heart's content. Plus 20 Seacraft, plus 10 Might, plus 10 Shadowcraft. You have the ability to scowl and avoid storms, sea monsters, and other pirates without an encounter. Unlike other special abilities, this one does not consume magic. I do like that, and I feel like this is more because of choice of games. That, I don't know if having explicit stats would be, something that was accepted in a parser game. Because I can't think of any older parser games that I've played that kept track of skill stats,
Absolutely not. But while they might not be accepted in parser games, you know where they are accepted? Buds, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Floating. For a long time, a very long time, you float on tumbling seas of slumber. Utter darkness surrounds you. And then a shaft of light. And then another. You're underwater, rising fast. There's no hurry. This is a dream. You will not drown. When you are ready, you can break the surface and let the dream begin.
Let the dream begin.
All right, I have a very fast computer. This does take a minute. Took a little shorter.
Yeah, maybe the system is primed.
So what were you saying?
When I played until I lost my game because my computer shut down, not because of this game, just I think that the tiles of my map were probably at least a couple hundred tiles that I had found. I mean, it's proc gen, so the canvas can be as big as you want it.
Oh, okay.
I could spend so much fucking time on this game. All right. You want to play the tutorial, or do you want to go start R and swashbuckling?
Yeah, let's definitely play the tutorial.
Sure.
So, you bob on the surface of the sea, somewhere out past the breakers. Water is cool on your naked skin. The sun is warm upon your face. This place is real, so very real. For now, anyway. You are now dreaming. You can end the dream at any time by typing wake up. When you do that, this world will end. But why do that now? There's so much to see and do. I kind of want to do it right now. Out upon the sea, you see your ship. Yes, of course you have a ship. You can swim to your ship and begin the game right away. Or you can swim to shore and play through a tutorial that will explain the dream and your role within it. This autocomplete is super interesting. Just from a gameplay perspective.
Yeah, I wish I knew a little more about Adrift.
Anyway, you paddle on the incoming tide towards a sparkling shoreline bordered by swaying palms. You stand on a white and windy beach. The sand beneath your feet is as fine as baking sugar. There are trees here and there that somehow grow right out of the sand. This is a dream, after all. You should perhaps explore this beach. Every location will list directions that you can walk or sail from at the end of the description. You can type look to see a description of a location and all relevant places of interest there. You can type help for a full list of commands. We've done that already. Someone has hung a swimsuit on a nearby tree branch. It's dry and only slightly sandy. Maybe it's yours? You do need some clothes anyway. You can take the swimsuit or get the swimsuit. Routes are north and south. Well, take swimsuit. Okay, you pick up the swimsuit. You have now acquired your first item. You can look at an item to see its relevant characteristics. The swimsuit, as you can see, gives you a +5 bonus to any skill check made in an encounter with the wiggly tag, tilde tag, that will all make sense in a moment. You can equip or wear an item by typing equip or wear. You should equip the swimsuit. Remember that you also enter the dream with another item, which you should also equip. You can see the items you're carrying by typing inventory. Can I just type I? Oh, it autofills the inventory. That's kind of nice. So my inventory is as follows. Additionally, you are carrying a vague feeling of dread. I'm carrying that? And the swimsuit. Well, okay. Wear swimsuit. Look at dread.
I'm pretty sure X works.
Oh, cool. Let's double check. Bless. Sorry, I have been, Did you know that in the quill, examine and look at are two different commands that have different reactions?
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah. And search are all three different commands.
Oh, terrible.
Heartbreaking.
Okay, so just for the record, I just pulled up the manual. There is a manual, by the way. Tilde encounters are nautical or oceanic, exclamation points, action or adventure, octothorpe, horror or supernatural, up carrot, wild or outdoorsy, there's actually several more, I will not bore you, but they do correspond to specific things. So as we equip inventory items, if you want to know what they help you with, I can tell you.
Cool. The dread is a suspicion, perhaps nothing more. You have carried it with you your whole life. You will have to carry it a little farther now. I guess equip dread? You carry the vague feeling of dread with you, always. Whew.
Oh, I love that.
It's a red swimsuit. Gives us a little bit of a bonus. And then it said we could use status. You're a pirate. Your special ability is scowl. We have no pleasance, no sadness, no madness, no fury, and no worry. Oh, that is... I was wondering why he used pleasance. Because that's such a weird word. If that's even, like, an actual word?
Like, it must be.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. It's just a very odd, like, form of it. And then we have 10 might. You know, sometimes if you've carried dread with you for long enough, you just don't feel it. We have 10 might. We have no talent. Bless.
Ouch.
We have 20 seacraft. We have 10 shadowcraft and 10 dreamcraft. I feel good about that. That's pretty normal. And we have a couple situational advantages. That's cool. All right. We have looked. We can go north or south. South. You move south. You have 0 supplies and 0 food in your hold. You have happened upon a small beachside bar with a thatched roof and bamboo walls. When you have finished exploring the beach, you can visit the bar. A route leads north. Okay, I'll come back. I'll come back. All right, beach north.
North.
Here the beach ends in a jungle, or perhaps a swamp. Perhaps it's both. You can and should explore the swungle, if only for a little while.
There's a great kind of weird little sense of humor that peeks out in the narration that is just like catnip to me. I found an island full of Daniel Craigs where everyone is Daniel Craig.
Okay, this is this game. Okay. You have mentioned this game multiple times, and I'm glad that you were like, no. This is what we're doing.
Oh, I hope we find the Ottoman Empire this run.
Explore the swungle. You set out to explore the swungle. You have just encountered your first place of interest. There are hundreds of these hidden throughout the dream, full of strange adventures that will begin whenever you type the capitalized words in their description. You can usually do this in a shortened form, so you could have begun to explore the swungle by typing explore the swungle, explore swungle, or just swungle. Most places of interest will present you with a random adventure like this one. Encounter the swungle. The swungle is dark and dense, full of shadows and saltwater pools and stinging insects. Coming here was probably a mistake in retrospect, but how else are you going to learn? 2 options present themselves. You could turn back or cut your way through. This is an encounter, your primary way of interacting with the dream. As you can see, there are 2 options which possibly have different difficulty levels depending on who you are. The game has arrived at these difficulty levels by adding your character skills with the character bonus for all the encounters with the tilde tag. You can see these bonuses by typing status. We've done that already. As you explore the dream, you will find many ways to enhance these skills. You can see the precise mathematical meaning of different difficulty levels by typing difficulty. To end this encounter, you must make one of the choices listed above. Don't worry, the consequences of failure are minimal at this point. Well, cut our way through. We are pirates.
Obviously.
You press your way through the gloomy swungle. It's hard going, but your natural toughness sees you through. Eventually, you emerge onto a beach once more, having somehow completely circled the island. You have gained 1 pleasance. Encounters have a wide variety of effects, usually conditioned on success or failure. Success will usually grant items, resources, or precious pleasance, the currency of the dream. Failure will usually grant 4 forms of unpleasant: sadness, madness, fury, and worry. You can see these at any time by typing status. When you choose to wake up, your final score will be determined by subtracting the amount of each form of unpleasance you possess from your total amount of pleasance to determine a final score. Once you complete an encounter, you will have to move on to a new location. If you ever return to the same location, you can use the places of interest found there again. Interesting. I want to go south. Oh. Wait, we are south. Visit the bar.
I'll go to the bar.
You climb the rickety steps from the beach to the bar. It's a cozy sort of place with one wall open to the ocean breezes. The whole place smells faintly of seagrass and pipe smoke. A bartender sits behind the bar, shaking up a cocktail for the bar's only patron, a dour old priestess who gazes serenely out on the sea. You notice also that the bartender is Conrad Veidt, an arguably famous individual you recognize from life. Why are you dreaming of them? As you survey the scene, the screen door at the far end of the bar opens with a bang, so loud it nearly stirs you from slumber. A mysterious fellow, clad all in black, enters and takes up a seat on the far corner of the bar, where shadows and spiderwebs have gathered. His face is wreathed in a cloud of aromatic pipe tobacco, and he blows another puff of the sickly sweet substance into the air as he flips 3 coins to the bartender from a hand far more like a ragged claw than anything human. They plink one after another into a cup near a sink below the bar. "My friend deserves a drink," he says to the bartender. "Dreamer, come and talk with me," he says to you. There are 3 people you can speak to here, and the order is up to you. You can speak to the bartender, speak to the cleric, or speak to the man in shadows. My call is the man in shadows.
Yeah. That's a quest hook if I ever saw one.
He also just bought us a drink. The man shifts in his seat as you approach. "Schneckloth." He coughs dryly and gestures for you to sit. "Schneckloth, Schneckloth, Schneckloth. That is my name. That is my nature. Unknowable to you, yes, but knowable in time. I am the little nodule of noctochemicals lodged deep in your neuroanatomy, the source of your darkest thoughts. I evolved alongside your miserable species. I wait in the deepest parts of your collective unconscious." The smoke around his face is clearing. You can see through the haze tiny pinpoints of light that just might be eyes. But then he exhales again, and is surrounded by the shifting, reeking cloud. "I am the master of nightmares, the ultimate menace of the edge of sleep. There are so many surprises in store for you this slumber. The tentacle trees, the mind maggots, the one where your brain falls out the back of your head." He claps gloved hands together in perverse joy. A dull roar fills the shadows. "Oh, and of course, we can't forget scalpel hands, man. Are all his fingers little knives, or does he have just one enormous scalpel where each of his hands should be? You'll have to find out." The man wreathed in smoke and shadow gives a wet little chuckle. "It's going to be a fun evening, full of sadness, madness, fury, and worry. We'll start with something easy. You owe 3 coins to Schneckloth, the master of nightmares, and I shall be very, very upset if you do not pay me back." You have gained 1 worry. Nightmares will be your most persistent opponents within the dream. Once activated, they will recur at points of interest all over the dream, effectively blocking your more pleasant adventures there. All nightmares can be resolved through some deed or task of high renown or incredible difficulty. You just activated one that will resolve when you can pay Schneckloth the 3 coins you owe him. Okay. Cool. I guess I can leave. That's all I can do.
All right, let's boogie.
Oh, there's someone you need to talk to first. Oh, okay, cool. That's what I thought. The cleric, the bartender, or the man.
Okay.
Let's talk to the bartender. You saddle
Maybe he
up
has some
to the
change.
bar. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You settle up to the bar. The bartender smiles as only Conrad Veidt can and makes you a drink. "Courtesy of the fellow in the shadows," the bartender says, pouring out your drink. "It would be rude not to accept, and those that are rude to the man in the shadows come to a bad end. You owe him a lot." You take a sip of your drink, a dark and stormy made by a clearly gifted individual.
Rum and ginger beer. I mean,
Buddy. Yeah, I mean...
I can make a rum and coke too.
I mean, getting the right amount of lime is kind of nice. "Let's talk about happier things," the bartender says. "I'm Conrad Veidt. I've been a bartender right here, on this beach, for a decade or more. What's here? You're in Zappertaz, my friend, the 2nd largest known city, after Zoltusk. I've been all over the map. I've sailed these sea lanes between St. Cosmo and St. Belchior. I've seen the mighty temples of the Port of Thrones and even mightier whaling yards of Dian. I've crossed the topic of Zimbardi more times than I can count. Even seen the islands across the topic of Zale on one occasion. I've fought alongside the men of Scant, the women of the Condine Archipelago, and the gnomes of Hey-Ur-Undis-Fraud. It's been quite a life. Now, I just mix drinks for a living. I'm happy to tell you about any of these places. What I can't tell you, though, is what lies beyond them. This is your dream, after all, and much of the world is unknown. You can ask the bartender about any word in all caps. These are generally places within the dream which will be the same each time you play. Every other location will be procedurally generated with each new game. When you are finished, you can speak to the cleric or speak to the man in the shadows. Do you want to... There's only one of these that I am particularly interested in.
What's that?
It's the gnomes of Hey-Ur-Undis-Fraud. Ask about
Gnomes.
Hey-Ur-Undis-Fraud. Oh boy, I hope I don't have to type that again. Ask fine bartender. I spelled it right, didn't it? Hey, you're on Desi Fraud.
Oh, weird. Try asking about one of the simpler ones to see if it's just a bug in the Ask dialogue or that the word is just complicated.
Yeah, for sure. Scant.
There you go.
Oh yeah, it just doesn't work. Oh, maybe.
Oh. Yo, PTC, this is why you're the pro.
Yup, that's it. As I've been doing work in Inform, that is such an easier way to handle conversations than trying to parse through like how these things handle like dialogue, because wow, parsers do not handle dialogue well.
Hey.
Conrad Veidt munches on a cocktail onion and explains, "That's where the gnomes come from. Strange folk, to be sure. They've had other cities in their history. Fenyarn Unhes Mound Desrenarn Zanister, of course, before it fell to the nightmares. Shaman Yonder Larsenat as well, before it was lost due to a mysterious accident. Now the only great gnomic city is the oldest Hey-Ur-Undis-Fraud, lies on a frozen lake that opens to the seas south of Dian, along the Gap of Gu Gunning. It is a place full of ancient mystery, wonder, and terror. The largest library in the world, for example, and ruins that long predate any civilization I've ever heard of. Definitely somewhere you should check out. Bundle up." All right, well, let's check out Scant, too, since we were there. Conrad Veidt stares out into the sea and explains, "The home of heroes and bold sailors. Scant is a society controlled by an admiralty, which is itself controlled by a naval commission. The Scantlings took it upon themselves about a century back to clean up all the pirate trouble in the southern seas of the Dream. I can't say they've done a perfect job, but we still owe them a great deal. It's a good destination if you're looking for work. Also a good place to trade. That navy's pricey, and they finance it with a pretty sizable merchant fleet." I am sorry. That is like a 30-character word.
Absolutely no shade, my man. You did a fantastic job.
Okay. I am curious about all of these things. I will read them all another time. Let's talk to this cleric. The cleric shifts their robes as you approach. Take a seat, the cleric says, assuming a slightly, oh so slightly, reverential attitude. Let's start with the formalities. Yes, you are dreaming, and this whole world is the product of your fitful imagination. We are all very grateful that you've dreamed this place up. Now, on to the specifics. It's been perhaps 20,000 years, all told, that dream history has been unfolding without you. A rather long absence. We were worried, but I knew you'd show up. The dream gods, Vitaya, Bajbuk, Kusaya, and Maslimbo have cared for the world in your absence. They have a message for you. The cleric removes a shining white scroll from their bag and reads, It is said that long ago there was another dreamer, the first dreamer. The first dreamer crossed over every inch of the dream, seeing great sights and doing great deeds, amassing wealth and power, turning back dark forces, taking what they wished, conquering whatever dared stand in their way. And when they had mastered the dream in its entirety and all the magic it contained, it is said that the first dreamer renounced all their possessions. This brought them some measure of peace, but it was not enough. So they traveled the dream once over again and told all their stories and shared all their secrets, and at last they were at peace. There, in a garden on some remote beach, the first dreamer woke up. The cleric rolls up the scroll and continues. The dream gods think it best if, you do that all again. Not necessarily in that order. I'm happy to help in any way I can, but the best advice I can give is not to trust the man in the shadows. Well, too late. Your goal in the dream is to simply wake up whenever you want. You will receive a score based on the amount of pleasance you have obtained minus the amount of each form of unpleasance. The cleric has told you about several ways to gain lots of pleasance at once. You can ask the cleric about any word in all caps. When you're finished, you can speak to the bartender or speak to the man in the shadows. I've spoken to both of those people. Is there anything here that we want to ask about?
I mean, I can boogie.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, too. Actually, let's find out about one of the dream gods. Do you have a choice?
Maslimbo.
Got it. The cleric eyes the man in the shadows with suspicion and exclaims, Maslimbo is the god of magic and scholarship. Most of us in the priesthood have come to the conclusion that he isn't really a god at all, more of a font of pure magic, sealed long ago inside a bottle. Maybe you'll find the bottle. Who knows? Yeah, fuck this, dude. You leave the bar and enter the bustling port city of Zappertaz. Your ship is docked in the harbor, which abuts a truly massive marketplace. When you set sail from Zappertaz, the tutorial will cease, and you will be truly on your own. Your ship currently carries a cargo of 2 figment fruits, 2 crates of good, and 10 pleasants. Sailing from one location to another will have a chance of consuming 1 unit of food or 1 crate of goods. Your crew will first eat all of your figment fruits, then all of your fish, then all of your smoked meats, then all of your sugar, then all of your spices. If there's no remaining food, you will begin gaining worry in ever-increasing amounts. Thus, it makes sense to keep your ship well provisioned. Zappertaz is a good enough place to do that, but you need to purchase it with pleasance, and you already owe 3 coins to Schneckcloth. It's time to make some money. Okay, let's set sail.
Let's busk.
Busk?
I mean, try look or just L. Can we, or have we already sailed?
No, we didn't sail yet. Your ship bobs in the harbor. You can set sail at any time. There's a dense knot of dark buildings here whose only purpose seems to be to hoard shadow and filth. Alleys, poorly maintained. You can look for trouble in the alleys, but why would you want to? The market district of Zappertaz is one of the largest in the world. Languages of all nations echo among the close red brick buildings. Beautiful women and swarthy men tempt strangers with their wares. Enormous sweet-scented caravans load and unload exotic cargo. You can visit the market. There's a harbor here, a place where ships can be mended and goods and figments may be traded. You can visit the harbor if you wish. I mean, why would we not want to look for trouble?
Yeah, I mean, if we die, we just get kicked back here. You just save, just in case.
Save. J-Ram. Encounter back alley dealing. Superficially, the alleys are squalid and poor, but some who frequent the shadowy gaps between brighter parts of the city have much wealth indeed. Discerning customers from across the city and beyond it know there are things sold in the alleys that are sold nowhere else in the dream. You can surely find a buyer here for the more unseemly portion of your cargo. We have nothing to sell.
All right, well, nice idea.
This definitely does feel like Sunless Seas. You leave without selling anything and continue on to other adventures. I wish we could only sell fragments of knowledge, liquor, diamonds, or nightmare fuel, which we have none of. Plus, that dread gives us a bonus. It's useful. We channel our dread. Okay. Visit the market?
Well, unfortunately, we can only have one encounter per location. So this is what they were saying earlier about every now and then the map will reset.
Oh,
You can
okay.
give it a shot, but we're going to need to go sail around for a little bit.
That is exactly what you just said. You have already taken an action. You must sail on before you take another. Well, fine. We'll set sail. So we're in the Condine Archipelago. The largest island of the archipelago is home to the mighty tradie city of Zappertaz. You may dock there if you wish. No, we were just there. The rare, violent volcanism of the Condine Archipelago causes occasional rains of diamond, which settle into the sand like shards of heaven. Here, and only here, you can hunt for diamonds, but the Condine Diamond Cartel will make them very difficult to sell anywhere local. Well, we're not going anywhere local. Let's hunt for diamonds. Oh, we've already taken an action. I got it. We gotta get out of here. North or south, Jera?
First choice. So those arrows that you see are exits.
Yep.
You can also navigate graphically, I think, just by clicking. Maybe it's only after you've uncovered the next tile.
Yep.
Let's head north.
All right. Little do you know, that choice was really northwest or southwest. You move northwest. We have 2 supplies and 2 food in our hold. We're at the Bout Dew Mountain. Tiny rivulets flow from sunlit uplands. In the river muck that drains into the sea, your crew reports that they have seen small starry shards. You can hunt for rubies here. Heck yeah!
Fuck yeah, baby.
Rubies? That's what we do. Oh, there's nothing for us today. West.
Sure.
We're on the Numyang Plain. Oh, this is what they were saying. That, like, most of the places are just, like, open water. Oh, this is just text Sunless Seas, except you can't die.
Literally all I've ever wanted in a game.
The Harbor of Dock. So I don't love that, like, we've got capitalization issues, but it seems very like pulling from random tables.
This is interesting because I didn't notice that in my playthrough.
Oh, maybe
But
it's
anyway.
maybe it's my interpreter versus yours.
Fair enough. We can visit the harbor. I don't think we have much to sell, but maybe we could find an encounter.
Yeah, let's try that. I mean, what's the worst that happens? Encounter. The harbor. The harbor here sees great ships from the world over. It's alive with activity. Crates being loaded and unloaded, sails being furled and unfurled. The salty air echoes with the cries of chantymen and seagulls. We can buy, we can sell, or we can leave.
Definitely keep our food.
Yeah.
What is our inventory? Can you type cargo so we can look at it real quick?
Yeah, sure. We have figment fruits and crates of goods.
All right, so we're probably okay for the moment. So as we move around the map, every tile movement is a dice roll to see if we're going to consume some food and or if our ship is going to take wear and tear. Fruit obviously addresses the former. Sailing goods address the latter. But we should be okay for right now. So, I don't know. West?
Okay. Yeah. Let's go west. Oh, you're in the midst of an encounter. We have to leave first.
Oh.
Sure.
Bye.
Leave. West. Move west. Whoa. 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 3-dimensional mapping, bro.
Oh, yeah, it's right click and drag to, this must be an adrift thing. I don't know. It drove me absolutely bugfuck on my playthrough until I figured it out.
3-dimensional. That probably
I mean,
is
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's probably really useful for mapping, actually. Like, I wonder. I will have to test this, because I would actually love an auto mapper for, like, especially the older games that I play.
Yeah, I bet you could prototype a hell of a D&D dungeon in here.
Oh, gosh. Playing with Inform is, like, putting my, like, dungeon creating skills on, like, full high alert.
Nice.
Just like, all right, so, like, here's the really annoying puzzle. But yeah, I definitely... for all the jank here, you know, I definitely do like the basic idea of having some kind of map, because it tells you everything that you need to know. The only thing would be, I wonder how it handles like hidden exits or like annoying exits, like in and out.
You're going to encounter most of those inside of the individual encounters rather than on the main map. Also, fun fact, if you click on the tile, it will automatically send you back to it. It'll just take the most convenient route, which comes in real handy as you explore and the map gets much bigger.
Yeah, I can imagine. Because, like, we have to come back to the Condyne Archipelago eventually.
Indeed.
Okay. Where's my dang... There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ways we can go. Cool.
West.
The Tower of Orog. All right, let's just keep going west until we can't anymore.
To find something to do so we
can...
We're going to need to find a way to make some money so we can buy more crates of goods and food, lest our sailors mutiny and eat us.
Well, we can't die. We can't die.
Yeah, it is highly annoying to get kicked back to the main town though, because you lose all your stuff.
Ah. Well, we have friends. Pirates patrol these waters, hungry for plunder. The crew watches anxiously for dark sails on the horizon. At night, ghastly fires burn in the distance. Plundered ships, not worth taking. You may have to brave these waters to sail on. Heck yeah. Oh, I'm brave.
These are the... Yeah, do it. So this is the random encounters that I was talking about earlier. Every now and then, you'll get a random Brave These Waters challenge, which will give you an encounter of varying difficulty. But because we're a pirate, we can just scowl our way out of it.
Cool. Well, we're also a pirate, so let's go mess with some pirates.
Kiss them.
We could kiss them. That's a different game. The night arrives, but the pirates do not. You sail on to other adventures.
That was a freebie.
Take it. The Reef of Blood Canker. Titanic.
Hell yeah.
Excuse me. Titanic starfish, a mile or more in width, lie on the bottom of the sea. Routes are north and east. Well, hey, we can't go west anymore. Finally. I guess north. And I actually kind of... So, I'm gonna compare this to Sunless Seas a lot, only because it feels so much like Sunless Seas. If, like, goofier.
That's fair. I would be really, really surprised if Dooling had not played this, and it wasn't a direct inspiration. And that's not a bad thing. Like, you play the game, you make the game that you want to see more of in the world, right? And I just want more Sunless Seas forever.
Yeah, I'm still mad right now. I had the best game I've ever played, and I am stuck. And every time I open it up, I am like, I'm stuck, and I immediately close the game because I'm so mad.
Here's about Sunless Sea, though. Just cheat. Just cheat. Just cheat. It'll make the game more fun. I promise you.
Yeah, I haven't felt like this kind of mad about any game. Like, I got so far. I have like 3, love interests going on. I did fail the guinea pig encounter, though.
What a kick in the nuts that one is, though. Like, I felt like a monster. We probably don't have enough HP, weapons, or general badassery to plunder. I think we should probably just move.
But we're a pirate.
We can give it a shot, but fucking don't look at me if it doesn't go well for us.
Nah, we're plundering. We're pirates. We plunder.
Remember that we have an undo command.
White sails! Comes a call from the crow's nest. White sails on the horizon! The decision falls to you now. Do you intercept the ship? Seacraft. Easy. Or do you retreat? Seacraft. Easy. Oh, we intercept. The ship flees, but you outmaneuver her. Battle is joined. The ship is a merchant, the Jalen. Hey, we can get stuff. We can get supplies. Your enemy draws closer. In a short while, battle will be joined. Combat on the high seas is a dreadful thing. Even the victor of the coming battle is likely to suffer many casualties. It is customary in these situations to pray before battle. You know the enemy is praying as well.
All right.
Let's pray. It seems the dream gods favor the enemy. For the remainder of the battle, rolls against the enemy will be more difficult. Your ship shape. Your crew, ready for action. Encounter, full broadside. Your crew scrambles to load powder and shot. Fuses are primed and cannons are ready. For one brief second, the ship is silent before you give the order. Fire! Cannons roar. Yeah, it's like that horrible comic that's just like all the different gods fighting. Cannons roar. The air fills with splinters and smoke. You have dealt the enemy a mighty blow. The enemy ship suddenly breaks combat and swings wide out into the open ocean. They're running. You'll have to run them down. Heck yeah. We got them on the ropes. You give chase, but lose your quarry over several hours of dogged pursuit. They've escaped. Damn them. You've gained 5 fury.
Scream at the sea.
Awesome. Single straight line. Keep going west.
Sure.
Time has passed. You may revisit locations without destabilizing the dream. Our crew has eaten. That's not great.
Eat less. Fucking sailors. We're in the sea here. I keep going west.
All right.
Yeah, this is really interesting. You are getting some capitalization errors that I did not like at all. This is a very wonky language from what I understand.
Yeah. I vaguely... Because there was a time when, I did play what I now know are IF games. I definitely remember trying to use Adrift.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to learn Adrift and I tried to learn TADS as a kid. It did not go well.
Props for ambition. So we got to name this this expansive sea.
Chat, what are we naming this? You've come to a great, nigh boundless expanse of sea, extending south and west for thousands of miles. No dreamer has dared sailed here since the creation of the dream. Indeed, there may be nothing here at all. This patch of empty ocean still deserves a name, and you are in the best position to name it. Type the name of this location below. Did I not?
Gin Ocean.
An ocean of gin. Yeah. Let's oh, BGC's here. Let's
Edwin,
the expanse of ocean.
On the ocean. It's got a nice ring to it.
That works for me. Do we like Edwin? Roberta.
Oh, Roberta is extremely good. Yeah.
Beautiful. You are the first dreamer ever to come here. That much is certain. There's a blank space on the map here, and much may be gained by filling it in. You can explore the blank space.
Shut.
There is more to explore here. There must be. Ahead, you see the end of the blank space, or what you imagine to be the end. But perhaps you can imagine a little more beyond that, and a little more beyond that. Have you filled in this blank space completely, or can you dream up more wide and wonderful spaces to explore?
Oh,
what
man,
does that do?
This just clicked for me. In addition to Sunless Sea, you know what is a huge influence on this is the Neverending Story.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've not read the Neverending Story in a long way. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, no, also this is about to fuck us up.
No, your imagination has failed you. There is nothing more to explore here. Perhaps there are other blank spaces out there in the dream. Perhaps now they have all been filled in. Your heart is strangely heavy, knowing there is no longer a blank space here. You have gained 10 sadness.
Damn.
Yeah, 10 sadness is a lot.
Yeah, don't feel too bad about it. I did not really play the tutorial or pay attention to the mechanics, and I think by my first run, until I realized what was going on, I ended up with something like 1200 madness.
Oh, okay.
Jay the Thief did not have a happy end.
All right. North.
North.
Move north. Still have 1 supply and 1 food. We're in the Abba River Delta. Rocks here are full of fossils of creatures found nowhere else in the dream. Studying them could reveal much about the distant past, or the dream's distant future. You can conduct research.
Sure.
Yeah, why not? Conduct. Encounter paleontology. Parts of the dream are old indeed, old enough that fossils have formed. Your crew has found promising signs in the shale here. Your best diggers have made a camp. Over the next few days, you will endeavor to extract a fossil from the primeval rock. Talent. Almost impossible.
Well,
what's the worst that happens? We fail?
fair enough.
You attempt to cut the fossil free, but it shatters with a sickening crack. Your crew gives an audible wince. Through sloppy technique, you have destroyed a vital piece of the deep history of the dream. Oops.
Okay, William Dooling, what the fuck is an audible wince? Like, do they all have giant, bat-wing eyelashes that are just like...
Yes. Yes, they do. We have gained 1 worry. What is our score right now?
Don't worry too much about it. It's fine.
It's fine. It's all
fine. Great.
Okay. Well, northwest or southwest?
Northwest.
It's the coast of years. There are lakes here that form the spawning grounds of the legendary dream salmon. They spend most of their lives in the deep ocean, but return here to reproduce. You can fish here and catch a few. Yes, we need fish. Please tell me we are good enough pirates to fish. There are no fish to be found, but sometimes that is not the point. You spend a pleasant morning with your crew, bobbling about in a dinghy, and head home early. You have gained 1 pleasance. Buddy.
Oh. I think that's great.
I mean, that's me fishing, to be fair.
Yeah, the point isn't catching the fish. The point is drinking beer with your buddies and hanging out on a pier.
The Valley of Fear. So I'm just going to go west if we have the option to. Still have 1 supply and 1 food, although I'm a little concerned. Here waits the 5th and 5th most ancient wonder, the chambers in which the most terrible nightmare sleeps. If the legends are true, the most terrible nightmare slept here in ages long before the dream took its final shape. When it wakes, the dreamer will die, and this world and all others will end. But that day is far off. The first dreamer built an opulent palace around its slumbering form to hide it from the rest of the dream and allow it to dream in comfort. The chamber doors hang open. No one dares to approach the chambers and close them. You can gaze upon the most terrible nightmare if you dare. The sky here is dark, the sea darker still. No light shines here but a single red candle burning in the highest tower of an enormous black stone cathedral. The windows are long shattered, the roof is caved in, the stones in the churchyard are broken and long neglected, but yet that candle still burns. What god is worshipped here? You can enter the shrine and find out. There is a harbor here, a place where ships can be mended and goods and figments may be traded. You can visit the harbor if you wish.
There's a lamp burning in the window for you, honey.
Yeah, I think we should not gaze upon the most terrible nightmare.
I mean... Nah, you're probably right.
I mean, I've always got this nice die to tell us what to do.
We also have, again, this nice undo command.
I don't think you can, like, morally undo gazing upon the most terrible nightmare.
What is morality?
That's true, we are pirates. Let's gaze.
Let's gaze, baby.
It. In these chambers, the most terrible nightmare sleeps, drunk on the draught of dreams, disdaining all good sense and the cautionary legends of old. You dare to venture into these ominous halls and gaze upon the most terrible nightmare. And so you proceed past doors of ancient stone left wide open, each many times taller than a man, through dark ogive hallways covered with thick carpeting, lest a stray sound awaken the terror in the darkness below. Down spiral stairways carved with secret signs, past branching corridors that are thick with somnolent incense, to a marble galley overlooking its slumbering form. With trembling hands upon the railing, you peer out into the blackness below. You have gained one madness.
Cool.
You cannot see it in the shadows, for darkness hangs heavy in this place. But there is a single brass lantern affixed to the gallery rail, with a dreadful dial turned to its absolute lowest setting. You've come far enough. Surely, you should turn back. The only other option would be to turn up the lantern and behold the most terrible nightmare in all the dream. If you choose this option, you will gain 100 madness, your overall madness will triple, and you will wake up.
So obviously we should behold it, right? No.
Yeah, let's turn back.
Yeah.
For now.
For now.
That is completely understandable. You've come far enough, and your nerves have failed you. You cannot bear to gaze upon the most terrible nightmare, and so you creep away. All right, well, we found our first dead end. Can we... Oh, we can zoom out. Oh, this is super interesting. North or southwest?
Let's try to fish, though.
We did try to fish. Or do you think we can do it again?
Give it a shot.
Ooh, okay. Look too closely and the dream will come apart at the seams. The dream is unstable here, probably because you have lingered too long at a small group of locations. You must move on after an encounter or risk destroying the entire world.
That's Numberwang.
My wife would like that. Yeah, no. Let's wait. Let's destroy the world.
So this is
Oh my gosh, yes, I did see that you found one.
Found one what? Found one what?
A wonder boner.
This?
I will I'll tell you when you're older.
Okay.
It's genuinely a fish boner, but I will have to pull up the infomercial for you.
Unclear. All right. Let's wait for a fish.
Yeah.
So I didn't push this too much, but I'm pretty sure that the red text in, look too close to the will come apart is, oh, that's extremely good. Does it actually work? I'm pretty sure that's part of the, I actually don't even want to call that jank, but like, if you're dealing with a huge procedurally generated world, yeah, probably if you poke the fabric of this too much, some weird shit's going to happen on the back end. And props to the author for integrating that into kind of like a diegetically interesting way.
Yeah. No, that definitely seems like genuine warning text.
Yeah, please don't.
Yeah, let's leave. Northwest. Northwest. You move northwest. We're on the Codician shore. All right, let's keep going west. Yeah. What just happened? Oh, we moved to a new section. Oh, very interesting. Okay.
How the game gets around a unlimited canvas. When you hit any of the borders, north, south, east, west, you'll go to these little interstitial spinal areas, which will then kick you out on the opposite side of the main map.
Interesting.
So I believe if we keep going west, we'll end up on the east side of the big map.
Cool. Well, let's test that theory. We're at the prime meridian, so west. Oh, interesting. The prime meridian, like, yes, okay. I see what you mean. So
Let's
it's
visit the locals.
Yeah. So it's doing that because you can't, on this map, you can't loop back around.
Exactly. Which is incredibly clever.
Oh, that's so interesting. Yeah, that's one thing that I'm interested in. So like this happened in the BBC micro games that I played, where the map got kind of wonky. You would think that it would be like a straightforward map, but there was one section where if you went north and then east and then back west again, you ended up at your original spot because there was no reason for you to like re-navigate the same thing. And there's ways to do that. Like, you don't need a linear map in Inform. Like, something can be it can be east of itself.
Absolutely.
And like things like that. So that's interesting that because this one comes with a map, it has to be a cogent map. At least to some degree.
Is a strong word. Yeah, cogent is maybe a strong word, but it has to be a sensical-ish map.
Yeah, I've got to clear off my my desk to see if I can find the map for that I made for that BBC micro game. Also, that game ruled. Like, I cannot push how cool that game was. But we were on the island of Sleep. We have huts on the shore, ruins in the hills. This island is inhabited. You can visit the locals. Routes are northeast, southwest, and southwest. Visit the locals. Visit the locals. The language barrier. The locals approach in wide-eyed wonder. They have never seen someone like you before. A few have weapons, held half high, unwilling to raise them any higher. One speaks in a variant of Belcorian, long presumed extinct. The locals clearly have something important to tell you, if only you can translate their strange language. So this is so I'm curious, like, I actually kind of want to have you play the story sections of Sunless Sea if we ever play it on stream. Because I'm really curious how you play those. And I actually enjoy the slow plotting part and like the weird survival mechanics and the maybe slightly janky combat.
I feel about it much the same way I feel about extremely impenetrable puzzles in parser games, where we have talked about this before and we'll talk about it again. I have a job. I ain't got time for that. Sorry.
Maybe we'll do a series of that where that way you don't have to worry about the annoying part.
To worry about the annoying part because you open up your player profile.txt or .json and set your ship speed to 999. Like, that's not okay. That's a slight exaggeration. Yes, the creepy plotting slowness is part of the charm and the appeal. But yeah, no, the writing is what makes that game shine, and the structure of it as well.
To be entirely fair, the developers of the game have said that if they were to do it all over again, they would do that part of the game different.
Yeah.
And you've played Sunless Skies, right?
Baby, have I played Sunless Skies?
Did they change it?
Nope. They actually made it even more fucking annoying because you need to, instead of just going into your player profile or editing your save on text, you have to actually download Cheat Engine and manually increase the speed of the game that way. It is the single great tragic flaw in what I otherwise consider to be maybe the single greatest piece of video game writing, or video game as literature, right? But nobody's gonna fucking play it if you're standing there, or you're sitting there looking at your little choo-choo engine.
Genuinely, I would play. Yeah. I would play Sunless Seas doing work.
Oh my dude!
And like go back and do some work, and then oh cool, I like crashed into the island that I was heading towards.
Frere, no, please, listen to me. Friend of my heart. Just download Cheat Engine and set the game speed to like 1.8. You don't need to triple it or anything. Just so it makes a sensible amount of time to go to port.
Or I would read a book.
You're reading a damn book. It's a fucking text game. Like I don't understand it. You have all of this magnificent writing. When I say you, I mean Failbetter has all this magnificent writing, and they want to gate their players off from experiencing as much as possible. Like and this is not a somebody who is, poisoned by first-person shooters and like so ADD they can't. No, I am your target audience, my friend. I will sink literally a couple of 100 hours into poking around and reading everything, discovering the secrets, piecing together the lore. Love that shit. I don't have time to watch the ship trudge from port to port. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
Tell me how you really feel.
I adore those games so much, and it frustrates me that, I get the philosophy, and I'm sure that if I were to sit down and have a couple of drinks with developers, they could talk me into their point of view, but, it makes absolutely no sense to me. But at any rate...
I think that's, and I'm sure PTC would think this about, Sierra games, where, you just deal with the fact that the games are I'll say it, significantly flawed in some ways. Like the approach to the game is flawed.
Then you fix it with cheat engine, and then you have a marvelous time.
Yeah, that's easier with Sunless Seas. I don't know how to solve. This is also why I was like, yes, we're naming it Roberta. Because when I was playing Phantasmagoria, I went so deep on trying to understand Roberta Williams as a game designer. And she's got a wonderful interview on the Video Game History Foundation's podcast.
Ooh.
Where she talks about, she doesn't really get into game theory, but she talks about how adventure is why she got into game design, which is why she's doing a 3D version of Colossal Cave right now.
Oh, that's so fucking rad. Please link that in the video description. In the meantime, though, we should probably talk to these locals.
Yeah. Translate. You cannot understand them, and they depart with a shrug and a whistle. Whatever they had to tell you, you hope it wasn't terribly important. You have gained one worry. We have not succeeded once. This feels good.
It's also very Sunless Sea, right? Like punishingly difficult.
Yeah. That is why I'm kind of curious how you approach the the story parts, because I have never been able to achieve anything except this one time. I kind of want to go back to the Meridian and just travel the entire Meridian and see what's there.
Yeah.
So what is that? East and then north. Why not? Your ship needs repairs. Your crew has consumed a crate of goods to repair it. We have no supplies and one food. Nightmares hunt in these waters, taking the form of great beasts many times the size of your ship. They long to snap you up in their terrible jaws and feast upon your soul. You will have to brave these waters to sail on. Well, brave. The serpent rises from the deep. It has wolf-like jaws. It has sharp-like skin. It has eel-like electroplexus. Its shark-like skin brushes up against you in battle. Each scale is razor sharp. They tear into your flesh. Can you withstand the pain?
Try to withstand, or shall we scowl?
Oh no, we can withstand. Look at it. It's green. Encounter its eel-like electroplexus. A dreadful hum comes from the monster. Soon, it will surely release a powerful electric shock. Can you avoid the attack?
Yeah, so we failed that challenge. So with a scrape and a squeak, the monster's skin rends your own. You cry out in pain, gaining 5 worry and 5 fury. And our crew suffers even more than us. All right.
Yeah.
We can still scowl.
We can avoid the attack.
Yeah, okay.
You leap out of the way as its jagged lightning zips past. The fight continues. The monster lunges forward, snapping its wolf-like jaws. You and your crew drop to the deck. Can you duck in time? Talent, almost impossible.
We've come this fucking far.
Yeah, we can duck. This may be why I don't do well in Sunless Sea, because Sunless Sea also has like the difficulty encounter, and I'm just like almost impossible. Yeah,
I like those odds.
I'm feeling lucky. With a crack and a snap, the monster's wolf-like jaws gobble up your crew. Your crew is dead and you have no choice but to jump overboard and commend your fate to the sea. The monster gobbles up your ship, its cargo, the bodies of your crew, all gone from the dream forever. You have gained 20 worry. And after a time bobbling in the waves, you're discovered by a ship bound for Zaprataz. After many more days, you stand in the harbor with a new ship and a new crew, ready to begin your adventures again. Perhaps you will be more careful this time. Perhaps not. Your ship bobs in the harbor.
Probably not.
You can set sail at any time.
Who keeps giving us new ships? This is extremely poor investment strategy.
Oh my gosh. Absolutely the funniest thing about that roller coaster game, the officially the first Laserdisc game ever, is that the fail state is that the roller coaster explodes, and then 1 year later they rebuild the roller coaster, and another person threatens the roller coaster with a bomb, and they ask you again to rescue the roller coaster. Like,
oh, that's so good.
explicitly with, like, it has to be a joke kind of level.
Oh, fuck me. All right. So notch that down for a contender at some point.
Oh, yeah. No, I would love to see you struggle through this game. It's pretty good.
You need to go look for trouble?
Yeah, let's look for trouble. Wait, no, look for trouble. Always a challenge with verbs.
Please, Izzy.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. X,
Yeah,
Y, Z, Z, Y. We didn't do our normal things.
I know. It's terrible.
No, Zizzy. X self.
Alas.
You see no such thing. X me. O plus O plus O plus O plus O. You are wearing a vague feeling of dread in the swimsuit. X myself. Okay, same thing. A gleam of light pierces the gloom. In the somber, aphotic depths of the night, Scalpel Hands Man comes to take your heart. His eyes are dull bits of tin. His feet are leaden weights. His teeth are rusted nails. And his fingers, of course, terminate in small surgical scalpels. He is hardly subtle, shuffling through the shadows, fingers palpating before him, seeking out your beating heart. So we have two choices. We can sneak away or we can fight him.
Okay, let's maybe not try to fight the unkillable nightmare. Maybe we should leave.
Yeah, no, easy. You creep away, leaving the abomination to swipe its shadows with surgical claws. Someday, surely, those claws will find your heart. But not today.
Wahahaha. Alright, well, let's sail.
Set sail. Oh, shoot. We meant to hunt for diamonds. We can go northwest, and we can hunt for rubies. All right, fine. So we went west until we almost couldn't. Let's go north.
Yeah.
Ooh, we have a new place to name. Okay. Well, we have Roberta, so we probably should have a Ken.
Yeah, that seems logical.
Let's explore the blank space. Another nightmare. Sweet. The ragged hag cackles as you approach, begging her for a spot by her meager little fire. It is the only spot of warmth for 1,000 miles, here in the frozen wastes where dreams go to die. Join me, dreamer, she says with a sharp intake of breath. Let us talk of mysterious things. For hours, the hag mutters about birds and entrails and secret places between stars and under hills. All the while, she draws her rage closer about her. The sun goes down and the moon goes up and the air grows colder still. Strange green fires burn in the skies, but still you listen, transfixed as if by a spell. In fact, certainly by a spell. You are surely cursed, the hag says, examining the lines in your palm with care. Not by me, dreary. This is something you have carried with you since birth, or perhaps before. She slides a scaly tongue over broken teeth and continues. I can break it, but of course, it would be customary for you to complete a quest first. Find my hat. The witch's hat, the fools call it. But I'm no witch. Oh no, find that, and perhaps I shall break your curse. Otherwise, something terrible will surely befall you. Smoke stings your eyes. The spell is broken. As you blink back freezing tears, you see that the ragged hag is gone. Perhaps she was never here at all, but her curse is surely real. You have gained 10 worry. You will have to break it yourself. No, I won't. I can go south.
Lady, did I fucking ask you to break this curse? No. You came up to me.
Yeah, no. South?
Yeah.
South?
Yeah.
South?
Yeah. Oh,
you're in the midst of an
sake.
encounter. You must resolve it first.
Well, okay.
Well, all right. Yeah, let's break it.
Things can't get much worse. Like,
I mean, everybody did die. We are in Ken. In vain, you recite every abjuration and counter curse you know. The heavy weight of certain doom is still heavy upon you. You are cursed, and you'll need to find that hat. And in the distance, you hear the dry cackle of the ragged hag. Fair enough. Well, I guess we can't go north. Let's try south. We have no supplies and no food. That's great. Okay, northeast.
Sure.
Okay. East. Here we are, an empire. You hear whispered rumors in town about a large stone building many miles away down an old dirt road, an abbey that has stood for centuries, and a library far older than that. Many secrets are kept there from ancienter days when the dream was full of even stranger things. You can visit the library. The learned philosophers of this place have inventions like nowhere else in the dream. You can conduct research to learn more about them. Let's all go to the library.
Yeah.
Visit the library. In the Abbey Library, whispering monks gather around you. You may record your secrets with them. You can only... Hey! I don't think we have any secrets. You can only do this once in every game. Choose your time wisely. You will lose all your secrets and receive an amount of pleasance equal to the total value of your secrets times 4.
Okay,
I feel
so
like I should write this down.
So I'm starting to see the structure of this now. I didn't my first playthrough. So if the end game is determined by how much pleasance you have and whether you have a positive or negative amount of it. Like I said, there are a bunch of encounters that will just double your madness. And if you, like me, kind of want to go spelunking in those forbidden tombs, you will very rapidly end up with exponential madness. But you also end up getting items like secrets, which are just inventory items, right? And so the game is telling you that when you're ready to go, you can go swap those out for a monetary value that will then affect the end game that you get.
Huh.
That's actually really interesting, because like my main critique of this game was that I wanted there to be a main narrative arc, like Your Father's Bones in Sunless City, right?
Yeah. That's interesting. We can also explore the library.
Let's explore the library, because we ain't got shit to swap out.
And I've written down that the Empire is where we need to go to record secrets. Deep in the library stacks, you find a cozy study carrel. There is much to be done today. You set up a stack of books to your left and a pile of scrolls to your right. Now the real work begins. Here you can study to gain fragments of knowledge. Well, it's difficult, but study.
Yeah, what else we gotta do?
The hours pass slowly and fitfully as you turn page after mind-numbing page. Nothing makes sense, and nothing seems interesting. You leave having wasted your time. So, I don't love that a lot of these are like, you have one option, and it's impossible.
I really wish there was an option just to dip. I get that that's kind of not really in the spirit of the game, right? But especially in this kind of early stage, like building up your stats, we can't really do a lot here.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, the turning point for me was I made a lucky roll on some encounter or another that gave me like a really sweet item. And that item was enough to boost my stats enough to start winning encounters, and then it snowballs, right? Because winning encounters, you get more stuff, boost more stats, you know.
Yeah, like it's not that I don't love it in the way that like I want to stop playing, but it's definitely because I mean you have played enough games with me at this point. I love failing in games, and I love like. I find that so much more interesting. Like, what do you do with a failure?
Oh,
and this is like the first game or the first like encounter where there hasn't been some kind of like penalty. I don't know.
Only a penalty in that. So this one didn't give it to us, but like for most field encounters, you're going to get madness, worry, sadness, or what's the last one?
Yeah, well, one of the four.
You'll get a debuff.
Yeah,
but that really only affects, as far as I can tell, what happens when you type "wake up." Also, speaking of feeling games, we really should play Disco Elysium on the stream at some point. I cannot believe you haven't finished it. The entire game is a meditation on failure and a beautiful exploration of the different ways that narrative writing can embrace failure.
Fair.
Let's go north.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're at this point, we're a little sad, a little furious, not very mad, but very worried.
Yeah.
Which actually is a pretty accurate representation of my day-to-day life.
Pretty much. All right. We also have no supplies and no food. Just clarity. All right. The Cliffs of Rooks. Great salt crystals tower overhead. The locals here are invisible. They cannot be seen and are only heard when they deem it absolutely essential. The entire community seems deserted, but you are quite sure that they are here, watching, waiting. You can visit the locals.
Visit the locals!
In the depths of a musty tent, revered elders tell weird tales by candlelight. They speak in a solemn and careful monotone, as though each story must be told, syllable by syllable, or something dreadful will happen. One story comes to an end. Before another begins, the elder speaks, weighing possibilities in her mind. What tales shall I tell next? Shall I speak of the cracked chimes of the St. Toad, or the dreadful secrets of the Cho-Cho of Lang? Shall I tell the tale of Thangobrin's dismemberment at the hands of Hlo-Hlo in the house where two men hang? Shall I speak of the dreadful silence that followed the selection of the first of the chosen lords? No, I will tell a tale even more terrible than that. The elder tells a terrible tale, at once familiar and utterly alien. Each winding sentence is stranger than the last. Can you follow her story? Almost impossible.
Give it a shot. Hey, if all else fails, we could just say, wow, that's wild.
You cannot. The elder speaks in haunting riddles, and each half-uttered answer only raises new and dreadful questions. You leave rattled, swearing never to repeat the wraith-like half-stories you heard within that tent. You have gained 3 madness.
Hello? Can I get you some dismemberment?
Northwest.
Northwest.
We can visit a harbor. We do have money, and we need food and supplies.
Yeah, let's go buy some shit.
Oof, that's so expensive, but still. I'd rather not run out completely.
Yeah, do you want... Shit, our choices are food or cargo. Or, repairs. Not both.
No, our choice is a crate of goods.
Pleasant. We can buy a thing of... Oh, fuck me. Nope. Yeah,
Yep,
you're right.
yep.
My apologies.
Buy,
All
sell,
well.
leave.
Welp, hope you guys like eating rope and planks.
Yeah, I'm actually going to buy 2. Maybe we can sell. Oh. Nope, we can just buy once. Excellent.
Seems unfair. Wow, this game is fucking punishing. I love it.
Your ship needs repair. Right. Well, there we go. There's our crate of goods. Bye.
Oh.
There's a harbor here, a place where ships can be mended and goods and figments can be traded. You can visit the harbor if you wish. Nope, we don't have anything. Let's keep going north.
Another crate of goods, maybe.
We consume the crate of goods to repair it. Oh, we could buy another one. That's true.
Oh, hunt for sapphires. Hunt for sapphires.
Ooh, yes. Finally.
One of these rolls has to work out at some point, right?
Here, a river drains into the ocean. Its wide banks shine with white powdery sand and flecks of something else. You can hunt for sapphires here. So we hunted. It's back-breaking work, to be sure, but it might just pay off. You mine the nearby cliffs for sapphires. One of these has to pay off. The earth does not give up its treasures easily. You fail to turn up anything but cracked rocks and gravel.
Or you could just save scum. I'm just saying.
No. Because also from a evaluating the game perspective, you know, I've definitely played games where save scumming is the way to play. But I'm curious. I don't know. I feel like that is a call to make as like a game designer, to be like, no, like if you play this, it's either you save scum or it's like a roguelike where you like quickly go through your lives. If that makes sense?
Yeah, quickly go through your lives with a assurance that each time you gain a little something. What's up, Project Y? Let's head east.
Yeah, so we were playing Lost Coastlines. It's in the IFComp. It's really interesting. We have made this comparison the entire time. It's the best way that I can explain it is that it's text-based Sunless Seas without permadeath. So yeah, east.
East.
Yeah, sure. Northwest. That doesn't connect to anything.
Oh yeah, so this is part of the jank that I was telling you about. The map will get a little wonky at times.
I mean, I think that's fair. I mean, it doesn't make sense from a like open seas kind of thing, but you know, there's like it's a little bit of land there that like isn't enough to land on. That makes sense. Ooh. So there's incredible biodiversity here. It must have something to do with the climate. Strange creatures swim in the waters. Even stranger things stalk the shoreline. You are struck, in particular, by the abundance of wasps. Dozens of variations on a single form, all beautiful. You can gather a specimen.
Do it.
Gather a specimen. The dream is full of birds, a sickening abundance, really. Whoever dreamed up the world designed far too many. J-Ram. Keeping track of them is simply maddening. As you discover yet another species, you discover it's time to organize your ornithological revelations.
You can be a pirate that organizes bird facts? I never want to play any other game than this game forever.
I am glad that you have created your own game. And this is just a game for you.
Honestly, there's an interview with Thomas Liggett. There's an interview with Thomas Ligotti, who is this contemporary horror writer who writes horror that's mostly about anxiety and existential dread and marionettes. And he's kind of a fucked up dude, but he gave a very, very rare interview at one point where he says something like, I never really expected to become a published writer. I never really expected to find success. But I keep writing things. And every now and then, what does he say? The reader thinks of the writer as this impenetrable and distant form. And rest assured, the writer thinks of you like that as well. But knowing that you are out there is in and of itself... What's the word I don't think it was joy, because he is not the kind of guy that would say the word joy. It's a bit of a wry smile of a sentiment. But, again, this is a deeply weird thing. It is inaccessible, it is impenetrable, almost nobody will play it, but oh my god, I'm so happy it exists.
So I clicked on something instead of right-clicking.
Oh yeah, that'll happen.
But we did succeed. We actually succeeded. And I want proof. I want proof that we succeeded.
Did
yes. We gained 7 fragments of knowledge.
Nice.
So I am not totally sure what that means, And I am okay with that. Oh boy. Yeah, this interface is jank. I was trying to be nice about it, but wow. The map is kind of useful. I think in this game it's like necessary.
Oh, absolutely. So, Roger, the reason that this world is so weird and there's a graphical map on the right side is that this is all procedurally generated. And usually, I hate proc gen stuff. Like, I actually don't find it all that interesting if there's not a sort of narrative weight behind it or an intent. But here, I think it works, just for a variety of reasons, right? Like, number one, the format. You're a pirate hopping from island to island and street to street. And number two, it's a weird, dreamy world that doesn't really make all that much sense. And I don't know. So, what's our specimen?
Oh yeah, we can try gathering a specimen again.
Let's do it.
I think it just basically said you succeeded last time. The last time it was your meticulous notes describe a close ancestor of a more familiar species. You christened the new species the sap-eyed finch.
Horrifying. I love it.
Let's try again, since we're back here. Ooh, we have two choices. We could study or trap. Study. I think.
Yeah, sure. It's both the same stats, so it's the same mods either way.
I'll take that. Your crew diligently studies the local wildlife, and you compile their notes into something quite useful that evening. 4 fragments of knowledge. We have 11.
What on earth could be useful about that? All right. Let's head north.
Moonwax Strait. The beaches here are littered with human skeletons. East or west?
West.
Nothing interesting.
Northeast.
Yeah. We have come to another place. Roger, do you want to name a place on this map? We have ice ahead, a crewman calls from the crow's nest high above. And you see it as well, a vast expanse of ice floes, some the size of cities and continents. No ship has sailed these waters before. This place deserves a name, and you are in the best position to name it.
Delightful.
Heck yeah.
Hell yeah, baby.
Ultima Thule. This place is uninhabited, if not uninhabitable. Wild and hostile, unscrutinized by the civilized mind. A blank space on the map, to be sure. You might attempt such scrutiny. You can explore the blank space. Yes, we are going to do that.
This has not worked out well for us in the past.
It'll be fine. We're on a hot streak. I feel it.
Mm-hmm.
Deep in the heart of this wild and wondrous place stands a mountain no one in the dream has yet dared to climb.
God fucking damn it.
And so you resolve to climb it. Alas, the slopes are nigh unscalable. Rock screes and dreadful divides bar your path. Eventually, as you climb higher, the very air itself conspires to stop you. The mountain is so high it's difficult to breathe. Can you climb the mountain and reach the peak?
No, we literally can't.
What is the command?
This is what we get for skipping arm day. By which I mean making might our dump stat.
Yeah. Well, we only have one choice. Midway through your climb, the stones give way beneath you, and you slide backward into snow and scree for half a mile or maybe more. You receive a few cuts and bruises, to be sure, but you cry out not in pain, but in rage and despair. You know you will never reach that peak. You must turn back. It's about how I feel anytime I like fire up an Ultima game, to be fair.
Dominative determinism in action, baby.
Ooh, this is a lot. One building, near the town center, is 8-sided and many-storied. It's made of lacquered rosewood, clearly a place of honor. After some time, you spot people entering and leaving, holding great red-bound books. This is a library of some kind. You can visit the library. Strange beasts roam the land. Even stranger fruit grows in the trees. This would be a good place to gather food. In a great chrysoprase palace, several miles inland, waits the greatest storyteller in all the dream. She's the last in a line of talesmiths and lore weavers going back to the earliest days, before stories were even committed to paper. After her death, so the locals say, the oldest stories will be gone forever. Pilgrims come from thousands of miles across land and sea to offer her gemstones in exchange for her tales. You can visit the storyteller. One building shines. Its walls are immaculate glass. Its roof is burnished brass. This is a jewelry shop, famous the world over for its priceless wares. You can visit the jeweler.
And say we're definitely too poor for the jeweler. So we're also, Roger, limited to one encounter per island. At least until the map resets.
So do we gather food or do we visit the storyteller?
I don't think we have anything of interest to say to the storyteller. I think we should maybe just, get some snacks and get out of here.
Oh, yeah, we have to offer her gemstones.
Yeah.
But I am going to write this one down. So, it's interesting. And I found this in a lot of these kinds of games where you have to memorize or keep your own side notes.
Mm-hmm.
That oh, okay, this is here, this is there. Otherwise you don't remember. There's no in-game way to take those notes, and I don't know what to think about that. I don't know how you would do it in a text environment that would be useful.
As far as integrating a feature that allowed you to take notes natively in the app?
Yeah, because I think back to Superluminal Vagrant Twin, and that one did a good job of tracking all that, but the world seemed more constrained, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So it wasn't awful to be okay, here's your main quest, here's 2 other things, and here's a list of all the people that you need to find.
A diegetic feature where you could talk to your crew, and Zyman or whatever would tell you, okay, do you want to pull this thread? Then go here. Do you want to try to find the princess? You should probably try to go here. The scope of this is so much more ambitious. Sprawling is the word that comes to mind. It is a personal marker of success for me when I play a game and I find myself opening up my notes app to jot down some notes on the side. That's when I know a game has its hooks in me.
Yeah. You actually are engaging with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30, 33, 34, 36, and then the introductory areas. So we have seen 36 locations. And there have been some repetitions. Also, let's gather food.
Let's 100% gather some food. Our
Hey,
crew
we've
is
gained some
scavenged.
meat.
Hooray!
We've seen some repetition, but, like, not that much.
And this is like a really smart use of procedural generation to enhance the things that are clearly, like, deliberately written and pad out the world to make it feel alive. Like, the best exploration games make you feel like you are actually discovering a strait of sea that no one has ever sailed on.
Yeah. So gathering food. The creatures here have absolutely no fear of humans, which mean you can gather up the makings of a delicious meal inside of an hour. You scoop up a gaggle of small scavenging creatures, which will surely cook up wonderfully, perhaps in a stew. You have gained some meat.
You got a stew going there, baby.
All right. Continuing our northern listing. We have found Inner Zoltusk. The mysterious land of Inner Zoltusk is home to a most peculiar species, venomous beavers, found nowhere else in the world. You can gather a specimen. Here, crouched in the jungles like some predatory beast, waits the great goblin city of Orcane. The city is only a few miles upriver. You can head upriver if you dare. Heck yeah, goblins.
Do we dare?
Goblins.
All right.
Your ship is tied to the river docks. You can set sail at any time. So that's also interesting how they handle the map, where, like, you're just on the other locations, like, region for all these, like, interior cities.
I didn't notice that. Yeah, that's really cool.
Oh, so even, like, the bar is separate. That's interesting. I wonder why.
Man, if there were a main narrative quest to this game, it would be breaking down the barriers between these rooms and taking control over the meta plane.
That way you can go from the bar to Orcane, or, like, maybe each of the, like, named places.
Ooh. I feel like this is probably a really bad idea, but I want to see the Goblin King.
Oh, yeah. Your ship is tied to the river docks. You can set sail at any time. Below the palace, at the center of the city, there's a great circular market. Tents, shops, even the shopkeepers are circular, with saffron trim. Viceroys and port inspectors keep a wary eye on all transactions. Nothing changes hands in the market without the Goblin Emperor getting his cut. Still, there's money to be made here. You can visit the market. Here, the Goblin Emperor reigns on a throne of bronze and bone. His empire is vast, his holdings great. The vaults beneath his throne hold treasures from innumerable eons. You can visit the palace, but courting the Emperor's favor is difficult. Yep, that's fine.
What's our money looking like right now?
Our money?
Yeah, I think it should be under cargo, maybe? I mean, we should...
Our pleasance is 7.
Right. So I was thinking that maybe visiting the market would give us the opportunity to buy some goods that we could sell at a profit somewhere else. But if we only have $7,
Yeah, we've not been doing well on that regard.
Yeah.
So I don't care. We're gonna visit the palace. Peace talks have broken down, and it seems inevitable that the nation of Scant will soon go to war with the empire of Imperial Ragusa. Neutrality will be all but impossible, and the Emperor must soon choose a side. Of course, you're inexorably bound up in these intrigues. Well, we can resolve the crisis or exploit it to our advantage.
Oh, this is really interesting because it's the same stat. It's both talent, but one's possible, and one is not.
Yeah, so I think everything's got its own like action. Its own.
It's
like,
not just
level.
a stat check.
Yeah, or
right.
like one's like, put it into like D&D terms, like a DC 10 and the other one's a DC 15.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
right, let's
resolve. I mean, we're gonna resolve anyway. Your efforts have brought peace and serenity to the kingdom, at least temporarily. The Emperor rewards you with a token of his appreciation. You have found the Knight's helmet.
Ooh. That helmet.
Yeah. X helmet. A helmet, closed in on the front. It's made of conch shell. It's embellished with delicate fringe work. It's only a few years old. Someone has written your name on it. It smells faintly of the sea. Where? Helmet. Helmet. You wear the knight's helmet on your head. Ooh, it gives us 5 might and 5 C. We're in good shape.
Let's go buckle some swatches, baby.
All right. We've already visited the palace, so we can set sail.
Goblins.
Heck yeah. Bye, goblins.
This is, so one of the first things that I found in my playthrough was the Gnome Kingdom, which is a fucking trip.
Yeah, that is, to be fair, my goal. But it's not like we don't have a ton of map here to find.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to shelve the idea of that B-side. I am having a marvelous time.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this too.
Ooh, goblin monks.
The stone spires of outer Zoltusk jut upward to the heavens. Some are nearly 300 feet in height. For centuries, goblin monks have ascended rude wooden stairs attached to the spires and contemplated life from the spires. You do not know their dreadful meditation techniques, but you can enjoy the view as well.
Hey, fuck you, buddy. Your legs, your feet are so hard on my stairs. I'm a rude stair, see? And I'm muted.
Not quite yet. Lands behind the sea beckon. Here there's a whole continent to explore. You can explore the continent. Much time will pass, but what is time within the dream? I like both of those options. Do we want to enjoy the view or explore the continent?
Let's enjoy the view. I mean, there's always time for a nice sunset, right?
An afternoon well spent, to be sure. You've gained 2 pleasants, which is cool. We needed money, so 2 money is not bad for not really like worrying about it. All right, northeast. We're in the Violet Land. Which direction have we been going? We've been listing westward. Let's keep going that way.
Go west, young man.
Let's keep going west. Woof. All right, so we moved west.
If we go a bit northeast, and then a bit northwest, and then a bit southwest, and then all the way west, we draw a ding dong.
Goals. All right, so we moved west. Time has passed. You may revisit locations without destabilizing the dream. The sails are worn, the planks are rotting. Your ship needs repairs, but you have no goods to repair it with. You have gained 4 worry. You have 0 supplies and 1 food in your hole. Kind of a... This is absolutely a nitpick, but calling it goods and then calling it supplies is like
Yeah.
a little weird, but I get what it means. All right, we're in Lost Hunter Axe. You hear the market before you see it. From across the harbor, traders bellow and bicker, and coins clink in hidden hands. You can visit the market. In the distance, a building looms, gold with a sky blue dome. Clearly, this is a palace. You can visit the palace. The warm, shallow waters here are home to a community of pearl drivers who can pluck these natural wonders off the ocean floor. Some particularly enterprising crewmen have volunteered to try to recover some. There are rumors some are as large as a fist. More crewmen, however, have requested shore leave to romance the pearl divers themselves. All female, all beautiful. This is a difficult decision indeed. Dive for pearls or romance the pearl divers? So, okay, obviously, I would want to romance the pearl divers. However, here is the far-famed city of clowns. At the center of town is an enormous tent, gaily painted with garish colors. Mimes and magicians work their magic there by night. Comics and fools pack the seats by day. You can visit the city of clowns. And then one opulent estate here is rumored to have a fabulous and highly secret champagne room, where nobility from across the dream collaborate on salacious schemes. The location, in fact the very existence of this room, is a bit of a mystery. Perhaps using some of the knowledge you have gathered, you can solve the mystery here. Requires 50 fragments of knowledge. We have 11, so that ain't happening.
Oh, yeah, obviously there's no sex in the champagne room. I feel like we have to... Fuck. This is terrible. I love and hate this game because it has presented me with two fabulous choices, which are to kiss a pearl diver or visit a city of clowns.
I have written down the pearl divers for later.
Yeah, you can get in a mechanic much like Sunlessy, you can eventually find a lover who gives you a bit of a stat bonus, but occasionally will call you home for adventures, by which I mean to say relocating your ship to a different part of the map to rescue them from pirates and such. Yeah, let's go see the clowns. Mollius needs to see his buzzer.
Beautiful. We're going to visit the city of clowns. The circus is in town. Tents of red and blue and yellow and green billow in the sea breezes. Children rush to and fro, playing carnival games. The air is redolent with the scent of popcorn and sizzling frankfurters. And briefly, all is right with the world. And then you spot a short fellow who has set up a kiosk between a mummer's tent and a musician's pushcart. His stall is painted with a white scrawl. See the face at the fair. The setup is simple. He's perched at the edge of his stall, the top half of his head visible from behind a purple velvet curtain. You can tell, simply by the shape of his rosy cheeks and the slant of his soft blue eyes, that he's smiling behind that curtain. As you approach the strange little stall, he begins to draw back the curtains. Something dreadful wells within you. There is a ghastly sight behind that curtain, you are certain. If only you could look away. So it looks like we have two choices. We could see the face at the fair, or we could look away.
I want to see the face.
Yeah, why wouldn't we?
Oh wait, unless this is the challenge. Because we're looking at the stall right now.
I mean, so that's also, as I have been delving into Inform, showing off like how to set off text is really interesting because you don't have the same, like, it's not like actual text. Like, Gulks can do like bold text and whatever. But say somebody's using, like, one of the things with all of this is that, like, not everybody uses the same interpreters. So, you know, what if they don't get bold text or something like that? So I'm curious if this is actually a command, because all things that have been in all caps are commands. Or if this is, like, trying to do some typography. Yeah, it is just look away.
Let's give it a shot.
I guess just look. The bottom half of this fellow's face is simply not there. The man is missing his lower jaw. You are greeted by a top row of flashing white teeth, long and wickedly curved. Below that is simply blood and dangling viscera, loose muscles and shredded skin. The profound terror of the display overwhelms you. You cry out in alarm. Gain 15 madness. Without a sound, indeed, how could he make a sound? The smiling man draws back the curtain. You walk away, still sick with horror, haunted by what you have seen, and the certainty that you will surely see this fellow again. You've gained 25 worry. This encounter will happen 5 more times. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm going to refrain from sort of the parasocial speculation about the writer of the game who I have never met, nor whose blog I've read, nor whose Twitter I have followed, nor this and that. But that is definitely a direct Thomas Ligotti reference.
Fair.
The one that I name-checked earlier as being very much in the vibe of this. By which I mean to say, hey, William Dooling, we clearly have the same taste in books, which is probably why I like this game a lot. All right. I guess we can only go west then.
Yeah, let's keep going west. The love-struck plain, the sun on the sea, the wind in the trees. This place is beautiful. Perhaps you can just enjoy the view, and that will be enough. There's a vast temple complex here, nearly overgrown with roots and trees. Fearsome, fanged statues leer out from the foliage. Darker things wait within. You can study the ruin or plunder the ruin. We are pirates.
We gotta plunder.
We plunder. Oh. A gleam of light pierces the gloom. In the somber, aphotic depths of the night, Scalpel Hands Man comes to take your heart. His eyes are dull bits of tin. His feet are leaden weights. His teeth are rusted nails, and his fingers, of course, terminate in small surgical scalpels. He's hardly subtle, shuffling through the shadows, fingers palpating before him, seeking out your beating heart. Yeah, let's just sneak away again. It's kind of a bummer.
I mean, it is a living nightmare that's stalking us. Like,
you creep away, leaving the abomination to swipe at shadows with surgical claws. Someday, surely, those claws will find your heart, but not today. All right, keep going west. A dwarfen armorer has set up shop here. The sound of her hammer rings in the smoky air. You can visit the armor. Here sits a quiet coastal village, a place where goods and figments may be traded. You can visit the village if you wish. Let's visit the armor.
I mean, do we have anything that we could trade? Oh, this maybe is a little bit of a spoiler. I have a sense that there is a certain trade good that you can get, which is a certain kind of iron. If you go see her, she's going to be like, hey, if you give me some iron, I'll make you some armor. But I don't think we have any of that. So I would vote visit the village.
Oh, that's fine.
That's just me.
We can't even go to the armor.
Oh, come on.
It broke. It broke.
No. All right. Can we try to visit the village?
Nightmare, the face of the fair. He's back. He's back. The horrible man is back.
Oh.
As you wander the town, you see him in a small carnival booth set up right near the waterfront. He begins to draw back the curtain once more. If only you could look away. And it is the exact same, which is kind of annoying, but I get it.
I want to read a parody of Thomas Ligotti where it's just about a socially maladjusted malcontent dreaming inside of a dream about a beautiful woman who turns out to be a puppet, but then he's a puppet too, and then the whole dream is a puppet. He's an interesting writer.
I mean, if you have read enough of this guy that like you have extreme opinions, it's at least, you know, hey, this is worth reading. Let's keep going west. There's nothing here. So yeah, I kind of get what you were saying about like it does start to wear out its welcome.
Let's dig around a little more, and if I may suggest, maybe less of the reading every encounter and more kind of digging around for the killer instead of the filler. Oh, Twisty Misty Sea would be a great band name, though. Oh my god, Barony of Merman?
Oh boy. The ocean depths here are home to a kingdom of deep dwellers, a civilization that dwells below the seas of the dream, rather than on its surface. Little is known about them, whether they wish you good or ill, whether they side with the gods of the dream or the nightmares. You can visit the baronies and answer some of these questions. Here, great beasts walk upon the surface of the sea. Their spindly legs extend into the lower depths, many fathoms below, to the utter floor of the ocean. Their heads are the size of your ship, their eyes luminous yellow, and far too many to count. Stare into your soul or search the heavens above. You can study the sea striders, or attempt to speak with the sea striders. I mean,
Thing one, this game whips ass. Thing two, all three of those options are fantastic. And thing three, you know what? So I was talking earlier about references, and I don't want to show off too much, but like I feel like this must be a reference to the very deep did rot, O Christ, that ever this should be. Yeah, slimy things did crawl with legs upon the slimy sea.
Yes, it is. I do not know that reference, but that is... This seems... So, it's interesting. So, like, compared to... Did you play... you must have read this in a book?
I did. So that was, for reference, another IFComp game this year where you're exploring kind of a dreamlike, like psychosomatic landscape, and all of the objects that you're encountering are references to Alice in Wonderland or Sherlock Holmes, or you must have read something like this in a book. And I quite liked it. But the references there felt very tacked on, where here they feel so integrated with the plot. Also, it's instead of across the albatross about my neck was hung was the poem that I was referencing. Like
that was exactly the point I was gonna make. Like, I liked it. I am too poorly read to have known every single reference. But yeah, like there's a way Especially given that this is procedurally generated, like whether that means, whatever procedurally generated means in this case, like that there are things that are clearly references, but they stand on their own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the writer here is working in a tradition rather than sort of taking a grab bag of like references from Western literature, right? So instead of Pride and Prejudice and Sherlock Holmes and Red Badge of Courage and Alice in Wonderland, you have a fairly narrow focus of like cosmic horror and weird tales and Rime of the Ancient Mariner and seafaring literature. You open with a quote from John Masefield. There's a focus here that isn't there, and you must have read this in a book.
Yeah. No,
okay,
absolutely.
So do we want to go visit some mermen? Do we want to try to study these weird sea beasts, or do we want to try and talk to them?
Your choice. I really do not know.
Fuck. All three of these are really good options. Guys, anybody?
We can always come back.
Always come back. Let's note down this location as being interesting. Let's talk to the sea beasts.
Okay. Let me note it down.
This is super. I could see a version of this game where you're presented on the right side with an actual like nautical map that you can make sort of handwritten captain's notes on. God, I would play the fuck out of that game.
You said speak with them?
That's my vote.
Got it.
That's only 2 cents.
Rolling waves crash around your boat, sending towering blasts of salt foam high to rain down upon the deck. A cold wind whips in from the south, but the sun shines warm upon your face. And from the crow's nest high above, one of the figment folk among your crew begins to sing. Another joins in from the galley. A third begins to play their accordion somewhere down below decks. It's an unfamiliar song, not one of the old classics. As you listen in, you realize they are singing a song about you and your exploits through the dream. The song covers your adventures at length, but the chantymen seem to hesitate as the song catches up with the present. What will happen next? Best have an adventure to make their song complete. Do you complete the chanty with an inspiring adventure here? I mean, yes.
Fucking doy.
Interesting that this is what the encounter is with Speak the Sea Striders. I'm wondering if this is intentional or not, but we'll find out. You stand at the foredeck as another adventure hovers into view. Surely your greatest one yet. The chantymen sing of your exploits, and you'll have to share them as well. When next you reach dry land, you have learned a war story.
Nice.
Nice. We're finally getting somewhere. We have a war story. We have a vague feeling of dread. We have the swimsuit. We have the knight's helmet.
We are a otherwise naked person wearing a knight's helmet, a speedo, and carrying a scroll, I guess?
We have 11 fragments of knowledge. We have one side of smoked meat. That's it.
Loyal.
Let's complete. Can we complete the circle? We can complete the circle. Let's do that.
Seems like, yeah.
Do you want to try plundering a sea lane?
Why not?
Intercept or retreat? Both of them are
In-
about the same.
Well, in for a nickel, in for a dime.
Intercept. Yeah, we can position our ship. Ooh, the ship is a pirate raider. Position.
Since that there's probably different things that you can do to upgrade your ship or enhance your stats to make the different kinds of things that you can do better or worse, right? Oh boy, but apparently our endurance is not great. Not too late to undo.
I think this is a good time to take a break.
Seems like maybe a union break.
Cannonballs punch through your fragile hull. Your ship has been damaged. Your ship is scuppered, sinking into the water with a resounding crash. Every
Oh.
plank and scantling has come apart at the seams.
Wait,
As
are
the
all
enemy-
scantlings people?
As the enemy's ship sails away and the waves claim the wreckage of your once proud vessel, you swim to an old sea chest which will provide some buoyancy. Your cargo is lost, your crew is scattered, your situation is desperate indeed. You've gained 20 worry and 20 sadness. And we're back at Zappertaz.
Right, let's union break, and then come back for more sea. Ooh, I have an idea.
Thank you
hang on,
for
where
the
did it
F
go?
in chat. Much appreciated.
All right. I was going to read a John Masefield poem, but I cannot find one that is actually short enough. Johnny boy, you're a fantastic poet, but boy, you are fucking long-winded. We'll see y'all in 10.
Sounds good. I am unmuted. How are y'all? We're gonna keep going.
Originally, my idea for the stream was I approached my lovely co-host with, hey, I really like this game. I understand it's not for everybody. Let's kick it around a little bit and kind of talk about the interesting things, and maybe we'll switch to something else afterwards. I feel like there's still a lot of air left in this soccer ball.
Yeah. 110%. Especially since we just died. So. Let's, oh. Interesting. I can just click on things?
I'm sorry?
Interesting. Instead of typing, I can click.
Wait, what? Oh my god, I played this game for like 4 hours. How did I not realize that?
So I can look for trouble. The crowded streets of the city give way to a small stone courtyard full of weeds and drifting garbage. Spray painted on the far wall on some crumbling building that has not been inhabited in years is an enormous red rune, the dreadful and ancient sign of Schneckloth, the Lord of Nightmares.
Oh, it's our buddy.
Below the graffito, a cluster of black-robed cultists whisper to one another. They turn as you approach, and their leader speaks out. Know this. You owe a dreadful debt to Schneckloth. 3 glittering coins. He eagerly awaits your payment. He is patient, to be sure, but some distant day the debt shall come due. His fury will be terrible indeed. Trash bags billow past. A second cultist speaks up, slightly less sure. Or you could just pay now, I guess. You may leave or pay back your debt. Let's just pay it.
$3 motherfucking dollars?
$3. We have 9. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Pay. You pass 3 coins to one of the cultists. Almost instantly, a wave of sweet relief washes over you. What were you so worried about? You have lost all of your worry. Schneckloth is pleased, the cultist says. Well, inasmuch as a psychodynamic mental construct can be pleased, I guess.
We didn't even ask him to buy us a drink.
All right. Well, I mean, worry was the biggest thing that we had. So
Nice. Let's go rack up some madness, baby.
Set sail. All right, we haven't gone south yet. So let's do that. Oh. Let's
Hunt for...
Yeah, let's hunt for diamonds. Oh no, we've already taken the dang action.
Son of a...
Southwest.
Southwest.
Yeah, visit the locals. You can either fight them or curse them.
I mean, you know my vote.
Curse?
Always. Asterisk, asterisk, ampersand, exclamation point.
Oh man, those have such a cute name and I can't remember what they're called.
Rolex.
Yep, that's it, Grolix.
Can't remember what I had for breakfast, but I can remember that.
They're surely superstitious, but your shadow magic fails you, and the cannibal hordes fall upon you. Broken teeth sink into your flesh, scrabbling fingernails tear at your skin. There is considerably less of you when they finish their demented feast. You've gained 7 fury and 10 madness. Ow. Southwest. Here lives a master thief, as sly and stealthy as any in the dream. There is much you can learn from her. You can visit the thief. Long ago, the first dreamer decreed that a stately pleasure dome be built here. He never used it very much, but it still stands, looming high above the palm trees that teem about the shore, a shrine to the infinite pleasures of imagination. If you wish, you may enter the shrine. Enter the shrine. I wish to have pleasures beyond all imagination.
It's a Coleridge reference. Sorry. Dork-ass English majors, no dork-ass English majors.
The dome is indeed full of worldly delights, all imaginable pleasures, and many that you have not considered until this point. But, as with all pleasures, there is a terrible price to be paid. The nightmares are strong here. They lurk behind every sumptuous tapestry and peacock feather curtain. Their cultists stand chittering and cackling amongst the statuesque maidens and comely knaves who frequent the pleasure palace. Now that you have entered, you cannot leave lightly, but only in darkness. To leave this place, you must perform unspeakable rituals or anger the cultists. Here, you see the sultry sundress. Can we, wait,
Sultry?
Is getting something going to stop us from performing a ritual? Because I want a sultry sundress, but I also very much so agree with Randali and want to perform unspeakable rituals.
This, I feel like, is a point where saves coming is completely appropriate. Like, let's save. Let's try to get the sundress. Let's see if we can perform the ritual. And if we can't, we'll reload and just do the ritual.
Got it. Okay. Get sundress. Okay, you pick up the sultry sundress. Perform unspeakable rituals. Yes, we can do both. You perform dark rites, the chthonic gods that are worshipped here. They reward you greatly. You have gained a pouch of magic. However, a piece of your soul goes missing in the ritual. You have gained 15 madness.
What are you using that fucking soul for anyway?
Well, important things. Wear sundress.
Obviously.
Tell me about this sultry sundress. It's a sundress, and a rather scandalous one. It's made mostly of suede, if you can believe it. A suede sundress?
That is not an appropriate material for a sundress, my friend.
I mean...
That is not an appropriate material for a sundress, my friend.
I'm curious about this pouch of madness.
Pouch of magic.
Pouch of magic. Yeah, it's just an item.
Okay. Oh, right. I believe this is a resource. You can just spend it to get certain things done or create it for other things.
Got it.
All right. East?
It's the only way we can go. We can brave the ice to sail on.
Huh? If it goes sideways, we can just scowl.
The air grows cold, then ice begins to fall from the heavens above. Splosh, splish, splash. Into the air, then thunk, thud, whack, onto the deck. A hailstorm is upon you. Can you weather the storm? Hopefully. The hailstones clatter and clack about your ship, but its mighty timbers are unscathed. A few windows cracked and nothing more. You have braved the storm.
Hooray!
All right, east. We have gained worry because we do not have any supplies.
I mean, understandable.
Keep going east.
Sure.
The rocks here are home to an ancient shipwreck. Only a trace of its former ship is visible. It sits on the rock, a shattered pile of soggy timbers. You can search the shipwreck. High above, a mountain belches black smoke and fiery, ruinous rain. There's an active volcano here. You can explore the volcano.
All right, Randali.
Shipwreck
All right.
might have parts.
Plunder to that shipwreck.
Search the shipwreck. Scalpel Handsman is back.
Damn. Wait, we paid the guy off. Why are you still here?
Different thing.
All right, well.
Oh no, and we failed. We failed the easy thing. As you slip away, the shambling thing emits a guttural roar that fills the darkness. It leaps ahead of you, then swipes at you with surgical precision, aiming for your heart and slicing clean through your chest in a single stroke. You stand there in mute, paralyzed horror. There is no pain yet, but that is surely coming. All you feel is the pang of cool air upon your innards and the dull thumping of your still beating heart. You have gained 71 madness. Scalpel Handsman slices away with glee, severing your aorta with a single finger stroke. With another practiced motion, he tears your heart away and pops it into his mouth, dashing into the darkness with a sickening munching sound. Then the pain comes, of course, overwhelming and total. You would scream, but there is no fire within you anymore. You simply collapse, blood pooling about your broken body. For a long time, there is only darkness and that horrible munching. Then even that dies away. You come to, sometime after that, and weakly rise to your feet. Somehow, you are still alive, with a gaping hole in your chest where your heart should be. You will have to get that back, if possible. You've gained 25 worry.
Yeah, I should think so. Fuck me. Well, at least we still have our ship.
Yeah, I was most worried about that. All right, let's go east.
I wonder if the penalty for failing an easy save is worse than for failing for a hard save.
Yeah, that was a pretty brutal penalty. Dozens of sails in the distance, strangely colored, exotic, a sea lane. And it looks to be a well-traveled one. We could plunder the sea lane. Centuries ago, kings of the spirit world carved an army of dwarves from the living rock of a nearby mountain. They still live here, somewhere in the hills. You can visit the dwarves. Routes are east and west.
I haven't visited the dwarves. We've already plundered.
In these halls of ancient stone dwell the dwarves, men of the mountain who rarely set foot beneath the dream skies above. Their halls are filled with laughter and merrymaking, hearty songs and the clang and boom of the industry. But every so often the halls fall silent and still, for there are caves deeper than those cut by the dwarves, and older, and when the deep things stir in their slumber, the dwarves think it best to fall silent. You can carouse with the dwarves, or descend into the depths below and help assuage their fears.
If you think I'm not taking a chance to go drink and sing with dwarves, you are fooling yourself. Their songs are kind of dull. They mostly just kind of go gold, 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 gold. But they're big drinkers.
Let's carouse with them. Ooh, 10 pleasants. You down mug after mug of stout dwarven ale, and the hall fills with stories and song. Night becomes day, and night again, and the feasting never stops, nor does the telling of tales. After days of drinking, you stagger back to the ship. You have gained 10 pleasance and 3 madness.
Had some nights like that.
We're east, we can plunder the sea lane, or we can fish.
Let's fish. We need food.
Yeah, let's... There she blows, comes a cry from the crow's nest. Your crew has sighted a whale. Yeah, we absolutely chased the whale. There's never any bad part of chasing a whale.
Create a metaphor for the human frustration against death.
Blast, the whale has escaped you. You have gained 2 fury. Well, keep going east. Oh, we found Dine. The Northman's Hand is a bar, famous the world over. The drink is strong and wild. The company, far stronger and wilder. You'll have to keep your wits about you, but it might be worth a visit. You can visit the tavern. Another bar, set right on the harbor, has an evil reputation among the locals. A smuggler's den. You can visit the den. The Gap of Guggenning is a narrow strip of sea between the great freezing rocks of the utter south. Ships occasionally sail the Gap of Guggenning in an attempt to reach the Gnomic lands beyond. You can sail the Gap. Gnomish lands. Gnomish lands.
Gnomish lands. I want to hear you try to pronounce these words so badly.
Sail the Gap. Oh, we're back on other locations. You resolve to sail the Gap of Guggenning. Many brave soldiers have tried. Few have succeeded. If you can endure the infamous storms of the south, you will reach your undecifraud, and even stranger places beyond that. If you cannot, who knows where you will end up. The day dawns cold and gray, and as the sun rises, the day grows colder still. Your crew huddles in the ship's caboose before the only source of flame and heat aboard, but even this is not enough. Who knows how cold it will get before the sun goes down? Can you endure the cold, or will you have to turn back?
I don't think we have much choice, do we?
You bundle up as best as you can, but it's no use at all. You shiver and shake and ultimately order the ship to turn back to warmer waters.
Alas.
Well, we tried.
Okay. We tried. We can always come back when our might is stronger. We're practically naked right now, so maybe we should go find some gear.
Yeah. We're the bound of heavy burdens. Let's alternate north and east. So one thing I don't like is that and I think you brought this up with like not having a clear narrative to guide you. Like, I do feel that we're kind of going in random directions and seeing what's out there, as opposed to like having a strong opinion about what direction to go.
I could use a side quest right now, you know? Or at least
sorry.
A side quest that could tell us, you know, hey, here's a level appropriate area that you might go to score a cool jerkin. That's a horrible way to say that.
No, I definitely know what you mean, though. Like, and that's a challenge in all of these kinds of games. Well, we gotta fight.
Look, we have not used the scowl ability once. Come on, give me this. Scowl at it.
You spit and scowl at the horizon. Whatever waits out there just over the edge, it's not half as scary as you. No storms or sea monsters, no berg or buccaneer will harass you this day. You have gained 5 fury.
Yeah. Man, I wish I could make a stink face to all my problems and just make them go away for the cost of 5 fury. I get the 5 fury anyway in real life.
But yeah, not. I mean, I do love failing, but I would love to not fail as well.
Be nice.
Oh.
Maybe this time I'll get lucky.
Let's
go east.
Midst of an encounter and must resolve it first.
Oh, what the fuck? Try scowling again?
Yeah, scowl. East? Nope. All right, let's undo back.
Yeah. Well, it was a nice idea. Roger, we are on opposite coasts, but we are friends IRL. And this is just one of the ways that I enjoy hanging out with my friend, doing this dork ass shit. And also having good conversations about game design. Although, unfortunately, I feel like we're about to get absolutely clobbered by these crab-like claws.
Yeah. The beauty of Discord, however. With a creak and a crash, the monster's crab-like claws crush your crew. Favorable winds sweep over the sea. Though your sails are tattered from the battle, they may yet be a chance to escape.
Oh boy.
Impossible, or you can continue to fight. Well, that's better than impossible.
Okay.
Can we withstand? So, like, this is definitely not my favorite thing that we have only one choice.
Again,
Ooh. Well, wait, but the time has come. The monster looms large now, its heaving, unearthly bosom full and foul on the surface of the water. With a single mighty lunge, you plunge your weapon into the hide of the beast.
Plunge.
Nope.
Oh.
Its hide is hard and horrible indeed. Your weapon makes hardly a scratch. The monster is unharmed. With a single back-breaking blow, it hurls your frail body into the sea and swims away. Your crew fishes you out a good while later. Many of your bones are broken, and what solid parts of you remain are limp and waterlogged. Such is the fate of many that tangle with the creatures of the deep.
No, it's okay. We just need a long rest.
Yeah, right? We're back on the Prime Meridian, but we can't go north. That's kind of interesting. Oh gosh, where are we? Where are we on the map?
We're lost in sea.
Oh, gosh. Okay, there we go. Yeah, let's keep going south.
Yeah.
We're on the reef of Phantom's Lake. Let's go west. Ooh, we found somewhere. We have found Crangyard Zammy... Crangyard Zamidandre. Here the gnomes have built a village on the shoreline. Their strange machines whir and smoke in the morning sun. You can visit the village if you'd like.
I mean, come on.
He's back! The horrible man is back!
Dude, I'm trying to mac it with some gnomes here. Could you please?
Same thing. 3 more times of losing.
This is some fucking bullshit.
Oh. There is no route to the west. Only north, east, and west.
Yeah.
Is this the jank that you were talking about?
Yeah, I have a lot of sympathy because a map system this complex cannot be easy to implement cleanly. But also, there is no route to the west, only northeast and west. Come on. I guess we'll head back to the islands and go west again?
Yeah, that's exactly...
We have to brave some waters, though.
Yeah, that's
so,
okay.
random encounter again.
No monsters menaced us. We sail on to other adventures.
Nice.
We can visit the locals.
Things that I would like to see in version 2.0 of this game. More options for defeating random encounters, and also a fixed scowl system. By which I just mean cheat mode.
Ooh, the locals are accustomed to dealing with sailors from your part of the dream. They know their island well and have far more food than they need, especially at this time of year. They offer to trade you a great bounty of food for 10 pleasants. We do have 19. Will you accept their deal or refuse? I would love a great bounty of food.
Is the food people?
I do not care. Let's accept it.
Yeah.
The locals present the bounty of their island to you, bowl after bowl of sweet-smelling figment fruits. 10 to be exact. That is a lot of food.
Oh, shit. Yeah, nice. We are stacked. All right. Let's sail into the horizon.
Well, I actually have a strategy here. I would like to get back to the Condine Archipelago to go for those sapphires.
Well, there was a little string around there where we could had rubies and sapphires and diamonds in like all in one, right?
Yeah, there was.
Rad.
We have to brave the waters. Sail on to other adventures. Awesome. We can fish or enter a shrine. There is a colossal statue of an alien god, a god of deeper dreams than the 4 godheads. Yeah, alien gods.
Yeah. Come
on. Same thing as before. Perform unspeakable rituals. Ooh. Get story. We see a horror story. Absolutely. Perform unspeakable rituals. Got the pouch of magic. Gained 15 more madness. A fair trade in my eyes.
How much of our soul are we going to have left by the time this thing is over?
About as much as our body. It's fine. We can harvest nightmare fuel. Eons ago, the first dreamers sealed away powerful nightmares. You can let them free if you dare. You can try to harvest nightmare fuel, but who knows what will happen if you fail.
Drill, baby, drill.
You gather up the noxious psychothalamic chemical and store it safely in a sealed pressure vessel. The canister chitters and moans, but it holds firm. You have obtained a canister of nightmare fuel. How long before it gets out again? You have gained 4 madness. All right, straight to the devil. Your crew is well fed. Very good.
Good. They're probably not going to eat us immediately.
We can explore the volcano or search the shipwreck. We searched the shipwreck last time.
The volcano.
Yeah. You explore the maddening maze of magma tubes deep below the volcano, which is blissfully dormant for the time being. There are half-hinted legends of great treasure hidden here, at the roots of the mountain. Can you find some? We have no talent. So we cannot. The maze of winding filaments carved by the chaotic hand of Mother Nature frustrates you to no end. It's hard enough to find an exit. You've gained 2 madness.
I mean, I feel like I've gained 2 madness trying to find my way out of the convention center.
The locals attack. We can fight them.
Oh. Can we give them some food?
Well, we would need talent for that.
All right, well, let's give it a shot.
We've found the backpack. Get backpack. Oh, you're already carrying the backpack. What does the backpack do? Oh, a backpack crammed full of survival gear. It's made of materials of extraordinary craftsmanship. It's embellished with 6-pointed stars. When you hold this item up to your ear, you swear you can hear the sound of castanets. Its construction includes a small folding set of survival tools. Well, wear backpack. Carry the backpack with you, always.
It looks like the upward carrot represents encounters of a wild or outdoorsy theme. So we are now survivalists.
Nice. Probably should have gotten socks.
Yeah, the dread did not really serve us all that well, frankly.
Hunt for diamonds. The volcanic beaches of Zaportaz are littered with diamonds, hurled up from the depths of the dream by tectonic forces. Most of the archipelago's beaches are claimed by the Condyne Council, but here and there, they have set aside places for people to hunt on their own. The cartel, of course, is the only buyer of diamonds within 1,000 miles. The cartel charges a criminally high fee to hunt the diamond fields, but their bailiffs appear to be away at the moment. Now would be a great time to find a diamond. We have obtained a diamond. You scoop one glittering shard out of the sand and return to your ship before the bailiffs of the cartel can catch you.
I don't think that this is deliberate or written in, right? Because this is all, again, randomized rolls and procedurally generated areas. But the arc of, like, punishing, small win, punishing, big win, nice, punishing, big win, punishing, medium win. Like, it feels like the arc is curving upwards a little bit, and that is, like, so enticing, right?
Yeah. No, it's definitely got that same kind of feel as a game with nope, no rubies.
Alas.
It's definitely got like a lot of that same feel of sort of roguelike style.
Mm-hmm.
All right, conduct research because we didn't do that last time.
Unfortunately, like a roguelike, I suspect that like we're in for a big lose, and so we're going to lose all of our lovely stuff at some point kind of soon, but...
Well, we got 2 fragments of knowledge.
I'll take it.
Nothing terribly exciting, but perhaps it'll add up to something eventually. Let's go west. Storms rack these seas periodically. The water looks calm now, but for how long? You may need to brave the storm. Let's try.
Sure. Scowl of the storm.
The waters remain calm. A storm will not harry you this day.
Sorry, I remarked that we haven't found a lover, not because I went to boyfriend, but because like they actually give you a stat boost, and that would be useful right now.
Yeah, totally. All right, we have to brave the storm again. We're good. We're all good. Everything's good.
And
let's go southeast. Okay. So we really do need to get some goods at some point. We can resist the gale. We brave the storm. You shorten the sails, but not too much, lest your ship be overpowered by rolling seas. You tack just so, riding along the screaming winds without allowing them to overtake you. You have braved the storm.
ho ho ho, motherfucker!
All right, let's go north. All right, we have another place that we need to name.
Ollie, you haven't made anything yet.
Yeah, chat. Help us out. Randali, it's, I think, on you. You're still hanging out.
Roberta, Ken, and
Yep. It was Ultima Thule.
Ultima Thule.
Micronesia.
Sure.
Put a capital M on that. Explore the blank space.
It's not going to be good.
Find an island.
Hey.
Nothing. There's nothing here but sea and sky.
Your voyage of discovery has come to naught seems a little unnecessarily judgmental. Romantic colors. Romance them. Romance them.
Yes.
Oh, wait. This might not actually work out. This is one of the bugs that I found last time. It doesn't recognize silk plurs as a verb. We can give it a shot, though. And if not, we can just go to the bar. As all romantically frustrated people do.
Well, we can just hit romance, and it works.
Oh, fuck me. All right.
Oh. Well, we didn't get Daniel Craig, but we did get, here is the farm-famed city of Conrad Veidt. Everyone here is Conrad Veidt. Conrad Veidt crew the ships in the harbor. Conrad Veidts patrol the streets and skulk in the alleys. You can visit the city. If nothing else, you're likely to meet Conrad Veidt in one form or another. So we'll come back to that.
Conrad Veidt, Hans Walter Conrad Veidt is a German-born British film actor who attracted early attention for his roles in the films Different from Others, The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, and The Man Who Laughs. He's the Joker, my dude.
Your eyes catch hold of someone special, more alive and animate than most of the other monks. It takes only a few minutes of conversation to confirm what you already know. This is a person worth knowing.
My God, Major Strausser in Casablanca?
Ravi is a lithe young man with incredible arms and a shy demeanor. He has a sleek black hair and brown eyes. He wears blue robes like most of the locals. He's simple-minded, but sweet. This might be a chance to make interesting conversation, or perhaps start a romance. Yeah, romance. You have a promising start, but things fall apart almost immediately. It was not meant to be. You leave haunted by what might have been. You have gained 10 sadness.
Whap whap. It's okay. We'll get on nautical Tinder.
Yeah, that's
Blur.
fine. I'm gonna say enjoy the view, just because. Yeah. There we go. One extra pleasance. Take that all the way to the bank. So yeah, we're definitely running up against kind of the limits of the vocabulary in the like bank of potential items, which is a little frustrating. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like I feel like it would be better if some of these were like more written, if that makes sense.
It might have been more like, how do I say this? A better play experience if the canvas was limited to maybe 50 tiles, right? And like fewer blank oceans or random encounters, and a greater density of written encounters, as you said.
Yeah.
But oh, okay. So we're in a bar full of strangers waiting in the alcove, swigging still beer and swapping stories. We have a couple of stories to share with them, but we can only do it once per game, and we only have 2 right now. Alternatively, we can just get hammered.
Yeah. How many stories do we have? We have just 2 stories.
Yeah, it doesn't seem worth it.
All right. Let's just drink. Sailors, soldiers, and vagabonds. Oh, we don't have enough pleasance for any of this. Sailors, soldiers, and vagabonds the world over gather here to find work. It's a buyer's market. You can find good workers here, though perhaps not honest ones.
Oh, cool. Okay, so we were just complaining about how, we're bumping up against the limits of the random encounters, but there's a bunch of stuff in just this playthrough that I have not seen. And also, I bet you anything that these sailors, soldiers, and con artists are items that effectively boost your stats.
That makes sense.
Do a really good Tom Waits impression, though.
If only. A rock, barely visible from shore, is home to a shipwreck. The ship sits high on the rocks, timbers well cared for. Smoke rises from the ship at odd hours, clearly inhabited. Your crew whispers among themselves. This must be the wreck of the 8th Arm, home of the far-feared and far-famed Pirate King, and the most notorious smuggler's den in the whole world. You can visit the smuggler's den. This community is home to a confectioner who makes sweet treats from sugar, harvested from the distant corners of the dream. You can smell her shop from the harbor. You can sell your sugar to the confectioner. Here is the far-famed city of iron. The sky is shrouded with clouds of smoke that issue from belching furnaces. Ironmongers stoke their fires by night. They fill the city with a din of industry and progress by day. You can visit the city of iron. I'm thinking the smugglers then?
Yeah, same.
Visit the smugglers den. Smugglers.
Visit den, perhaps?
Below decks, in the bowels of the shipwreck,
Hell
the
yeah.
Pirate King holds court on a throne made of whale bones, lashed together with seaweed and bedecked in crude scrimshaw. None know his name. In fact, the legends say he never had one. He roars with rage and delight as corsair captains whisper secrets in his ear and heap treasure and contraband at his feet. You stand in the presence of the Pirate King, a figment or fellow dreamer that even the nightmares are afraid of. His eyes fall upon you, peering out wild and wickedly from behind strands of stringy, unwashed hair. Whether he looks upon you with curiosity or contempt, loathing or lust, it is impossible to tell. You may dine with the Pirate King, or pay tribute to him, or perhaps even serve him. Of course, you could also try to kill him, and his court of scoundrels and sycophants. Beware, many have tried and none have succeeded, so we're not going to try to kill him.
We have enough fury. I think we should pay tribute.
Love it. The Pirate King props up his muddy boots on an antique divan. He then gives a whoop of joy and counts out the contraband you have brought him. You shall be richly rewarded, little corsair, he says with a sultry wink. He throws you one item in his collection of fantastic treasures. You have found the tie-dyed shirt.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so here's a place to get rid of our malpleasance and also get some cool stuff.
It's the loud, proud, tie-dyed monstrosity. It's made of seal skin. It's embellished with a gnomic word for sigh, done in silver and gold. Interesting.
Even tie-dye sealskin, it is by definition water resistant.
Yeah, enjoy the view.
Free
money.
For reference, the equal sign that it gives us a bonus to are social or religious themed encounters.
Huh.
So
No, we're good.
yeah,
Ooh.
what are we wearing?
We are wearing the knight's helmet, the sultry sundress, and the backpack.
So I imagine we can't wear the shirt and the sundress at the same time.
We cannot, no.
Yeah, let's keep the sundress. Let's head west. Or southwest?
We got to a spot finally.
Oh, sorry.
There are those that say the seas here are stained with blood. There is indeed a reddish tint to the waves. Murderous pirates hunt here, feeding off treasure ships that sail from Zoltusk to the north. You'll have to brave these waters if you want to sail on. Oh, that's it. Red sails, comes a call from the crow's nest. Red sails on the horizon. Do we want to intercept the ship or retreat? Up to you. Same difficulty.
It's same difficulty. My only hesitance is that if we get shipwrecked now, we're going to lose all of our lovely food. And we do have a good bit of food left. So maybe we should just run away?
Yeah, let's try to run away. The ship shows no interest in giving chase. You escape with ease.
All right.
All right. Which way from here? I have a goal, actually.
Say, it's getting a bit late. Oh, sorry.
Oh, if we go to the Death Cliffs, we can go north.
Okay. Where's Death Cliffs?
To the northwest-ish.
To get there, do you have to set your coordinates to 66654? Sorry. Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. An extensive sewer system extends for miles below this community. Why do they build such a thing? What purpose do its enormous tap lines serve? You can explore the sewers. Why are we building such a big ship? It forever amuses me that their side project was, why are we constructing such a big sailing vessel?
Oh, that's so good. Fucking Austin, man.
Your journey takes you down through bare passageways of winding stone. There, far below ground, you find a room lit by torches, with an enormous stone chest in the middle. You lift the lid, quite curious about what lies within, but to your dismay, the chest is locked. You can attempt to pick the lock. You curse as the intricate mechanism, replete with ingenious tumblers and sub-tumblers, seems to fight your every move. There's no opening this chest, and you will never know what waits inside. You've gained 6 fury.
I love the implication that we are driven to permanent fury and madness just because I want to know what's in the box. What's in the box? What's in the box?
So we popped further northwest, and we went fishing. Lying in your bunk, head resting beneath pillows that are themselves flush against the bulkhead wall, you hear something. Music? Murmurs in the wood? It's whales. You can hear their strange songs from miles away, but can you understand them?
Eep. Tell them that they're God's most beautiful creatures.
Their songs are as mysterious as ever. You cannot hope to understand them. You did see the story that the 44 hertz whale.
He found a friend.
He found a friend. Someone else is communicating on 44 hertz. There is the occasional bit of goodness in the world.
Sometimes good things can happen. Yeah, there was... my husband and I were hanging out with our friends one time, and I had consumed, how do you say, kind of a lot of gin. And he looks over at me and he's like, Julia, why are you crying? And I'm like, whales are just so beautiful.
I mean, no shade.
So graceful.
We're gonna visit the baronies since we're here.
Yes. Oh, we're back here. Yes. This might be my single favorite location so far.
The lower halls of this ruin are largely untouched, but completely flooded. You may dive to the lower halls full of sparkling sea treasures, but there is great danger down there. Might, Chansey, it's better just to leave.
Get
no.
those treasures.
We dive. Yo. You swim through the sunken palaces of the void of the world, through grottos where royalty once trod, now filled with the lights of anglerfish and the gleam of treasure. Fortunately, the treasure gleams brightly. In the watery depths below, you find something worth bringing back to the surface. You have found the amulet of protection. Get amulet. We already have it. Where amulet?
Really fair of the game to assume that if you find it, you're gonna grab that amulet. What does it do?
X amulet of protection.
Yeah, the noun parsing is very finicky. Like sometimes, so you X'd shirt earlier and that worked fine, but no, this has to be the amulet of protection.
I wonder if it's like the last word.
Oh yeah, maybe you're right. It's a conversation piece, decorative rather than functional. And possessed by the soul of a what now?
It's an amulet that wards off nightmares. The cord is made of coral. It's more than 1,000 years old, dating to the time of Empress Vaberlox, and originally buried with her. It's a conversation piece, decorative rather than functional. It is possessed by the soul of a long-dead dream emperor. Perhaps you can learn something from him.
We had the exact same thought. Talk to that amulet.
Talk to amulet of protection. Yeah, interesting.
Talk to amulet of protection, perhaps.
Oh yeah, that might work. I spelling amulet right?
It's
Yeah.
a hard. Yeah.
That's fine. I think it's just like maybe
Flavor text,
something
yeah.
will get like triggered by it potentially.
Absolutely. Again, things that I want in version 2.0 of this game, the stuff that you're wearing and your background to influence all those weird little storylets that you have. The same way that, like, if you're a naturalist in Sunless Sea, you get a little bit of flavor text about, like, the flora and fauna of the weird islands that you visit.
Yeah.
All right, let's brave the ice.
All right. Brave the ice.
Oh, our ship is falling apart, but at least we got a lot of food.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Can you weather the storm? Yeah, we're good at that now. Oh, well. No. Ice clatters upon the deck, soft at first, but it grows far worse. Stones slice through the windows, some tear straight through the sails, and splinter timbers upon the deck. You fear you will lose your ship to the vengeful ice. This fear, thank the gods, does not come to pass, and eventually the storm clears. Could have been far worse.
As a resident of the great American state of Montana, I am not unfamiliar with losing my shit to the vengeful ice.
All right. Oh, cool. We moved north. So you can have like more complicated mapping.
Okay, so I cannot believe that I did not make this connection before, but the thing this game reminds me the most of, even more than Sunless Sea, a game called A House of Many Doors. Have you played this?
Yes, I have.
Dude, is this not literally just A House of Many Doors?
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, because A House of Many Doors, there's like a story lit in every single place, and you go to that place, you go to a new room, maybe there's something in the way, and there's a story lit.
Mm-hmm. And also, if you find the right area, right? Like the exact right door to try north on, you get this little bonus, which is putting you in an entirely new section of the map that was not displayed in the main map.
Yeah.
All right. You ready to get chilly?
Yeah, so I went north. And you have come to Yan, the first city ever built. Just a few short millennia after the cosmos leapt into being. Beyond the walls, there are freezing plains extending for 3,000 miles, before ending in starry seas. The city, by contrast, is full of joy and ambient light. Thousands of bridges and millions of lanterns, but the night is close here, very close. There's a tower in the center of the city. A mysterious figure watches you from its highest window. What will you do? There's so much here. Choose wisely. You can visit the library of Zaklav, or frolic in the gardens of Zar, or the Summerlin district, or see the horrors of the neighboring precinct of the Dead Stones, or climb the 10,000 steps leading to the Temple of Kylos, or, if you dare, you can enter the Tower of Telamon Zabad.
So I'm saying that I'm feeling here that we're not tall enough to ride the Tower of Telamon Zabad's ride.
Yeah, same.
Nor maybe the Temple of Kylos. I mean, how about we just go party?
So frolic?
Definitely frolic. You want to frolic in the gardens or frolic in the red light district?
Yeah, let's do the red light district.
Yeah.
You wander to the heart of the city, where towers as high as the moon cluster, pale and proud, like guests at a wedding or a funeral. There in the milling crowds of elves and spirits, someone hands you a gift. A furtive elf in a silver cloak passes you a packet wrapped in golden paper. Suspecting it contains dream contraband of some kind, you open it far from the prying eyes of elves and fae in a deserted alley near the docks. Inside you find a barbaric treasure of considerable worth, probably something stolen from a sultan or vidam or some far-off fairy court. It is valuable indeed, but looking at how it glimmers and shines, you are filled with a jealous rage. No one should have this but yourself. You have gained 20 pleasance and 20 fury.
A vidam is a French feudal lord who represents the abbey or a bishop.
Interesting.
Oh my god, this is so good. We haven't even explored a quarter of this map. And we're not going to.
Yeah.
I mean, I would love... I could do this forever, but, you know. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm curious. Can we go to the house or the inn house?
All right, guys.
Eons.
I mean, hooligans, eons, or guinea pigs?
Oh, dang it. I forgot about the guinea pigs, but no, I just picked one at random.
That's fine.
I also didn't expect it to work because we've already done a thing here.
Yeah. Maybe the areas in this weird, northern, not main map have different rules.
Maybe. The house is set on a high hill, covered in hoarfrost. It's ringed by 3 separate rusted wrought iron fences, as well as a wall of imposing stone. Whoever lives here certainly does not want guests, but the great rosewood doors of the entry hall hang open, inviting. The house beyond has 100 rooms, done up in the manner of a stately manor. But the walls are covered with spatters of blood, and most of the furniture within is broken or gnawed upon. Many windows are shattered, and moaning winds from the darker places of the city rush through with wild abandon. Still, this is the place you have chosen to sleep this night. Alas, before you can sleep, the nightmare creatures that dwell here seek to contend with you. They crawl out of the pools of shadow, the gaps between rotten floorboards, broken doors long bolted shut. Gnolls, scores upon scores of gnolls. Can you defeat the gnolls, or will they feast upon your bones?
Eek.
The gnolls rush in from all sides, snarling, baying, howling, wielding barbarous weapons, replete with spikes and chains. You have gained 6 fury. One by one, you send the creatures back to hell, or whatever world they hail from. Their blood stains the walls, their limbs fall to the floor. You slay dozens, nay scores. Then, at last, when the last one has fallen, you slump down exhausted in one enormous red chair. You wake to another day in Yeon. Can we do more?
Yeah, I want to hang out in Neon forever.
Gardens of Zar. Yeah, we can. Why?
Nice. Can we just live here? Buy condo in Eon.
Yeah, is this meant this way? I mean, there's much to do here. Choose wisely.
Oh, shit. Yeah, maybe you're right.
Or is this just a bug? It seems like a weird bug.
Yeah, because we didn't get those options to do this in the Gnomish town. Hey!
Zar the gardener long ago departed from the material universe, but he left this green and growing space for souls from across the cosmos to rest. You spend the afternoon relaxing in the garden, watching golden flowers sway, and thousands of moons skate across the sky overhead while the sun kisses distant snowy mountains. As the evening descends, you feel as though a great weight has lifted from your soul. You have lost all your worry. Night has come to Gyan, and there are precious few places to hide. Yeah, inn of 7
Yeah.
cavies.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, why can't we run to our ship?
The Sky Blue Inn is set near the center of town. Each doorway is decorated with a colorful coat of arms depicting 7 cavies attired in armor. The night air is cold and the windows of the inn are icing over, but you can see that the roaring fire has been set within, and enormous helpings of food and drink have been placed on every table. Great multitudes of elves have assembled here to drink and feast and sing and dance the night away. As you enter and the great blue doors clatter closed behind you, they turn as one and stare. "The evening's entertainment has arrived," one elf says. "Hundreds more cheer and chant your name. It's clear they expect you to perform," which we are not good at. It's not going to go well. You take to the stage and attempt a recitation of Beowulf in the original Old English. The crowd boos and jeers and hurls elfin insults which wound you deeply. You have gained 25 sadness. The crowd rises as one, lifts you up, and hurls you out of the great glass windows at the front of the inn into the roaring sea of twilight beyond. There, in the outer darkness, the freezing night rushes through you, and your soul billows away into the cosmic void. You have gained 65 madness. Just when the screaming, gnawing torment reaches its crescendo, you awaken with a shout. This was all a dream? How foolish of you. Of course it was. You rise from your bed, dress yourself, and set out onto the streets of Zaprataz once more. Oh, we died.
I mean, okay. That seems as good a place as any to shut it down. It is quite late. I am so glad. Yeah, you should definitely save right here. I maybe wouldn't mind revisiting this next week. I don't know. We'll see. But I am so glad that you see in this game what I saw in it.
Yeah, there is so much here that's like it definitely needs some refinement. And I hate to say, I think Adrift is not helping.
Oh yeah. No, I've only played maybe a half dozen games in it. And the lack of accessibility, and I don't mean that in the literal term, but the fact that you have to download a dedicated interpreter for an already niche kind of game, which is this like exploration-based, stat-based RPG in text form, that is a high hill to climb for most players. I think the players that do climb it are going to find a lot of rewards there. Like, the barrier to entry, though, is high. I could talk about this for a really long time. Let us retire for the night to our, seaside mansion with our smoking jackets and our cognacs. Perhaps pick up next week?
Yeah, let's think about it. What I do want to do, though, I want to see what the end game is.
At least that's what I'm saying. I think next week, maybe not dedicate an entire session to it, but poke around for a couple of more rooms, maybe see what a couple of different endings look like, and then just kind of talk about this whole rambling, sprawling, literary, ambitious, difficult thing as a whole.
Yeah, for sure. Let's just see what happens if you wake up from here, though.
Yeah. What are our stats right now?
Oh, I didn't even look.
Fair enough. All right, what do we got?
It is said that someday the last dreamer will wander the dream as the first dreamer once did. On that day, the last dreamer will enter through the door of the moon, clad in silvery robes and wielding the Sword of Dreams. On that day, 1,000 nations will hail the coming of the last dreamer with golden trumpets and symbols of pearl and platinum. And a procession of millions will follow as the last dreamer follows the footsteps of the first, along every sea lane and side road, through every far-feared forest and untamed wilderness. Nightmares will be driven away, wrongs will be righted, great deeds will be done. And then, in the uttermost west, the last dreamer and the host of millions will stand and weep as the sun goes down one final time. And then one by one, the weeping host will depart by the gate of sunset, for who knows not where. And the last dreamer, the last to leave, will turn and cast one final look upon the dark and dreary dream world, before closing the door and locking it fast from the other side. And it is said that all this will come to pass. But what is said is a lie, for the dream ends here and now, and not so significantly. A breeze blows, you cast one soulful look skyward, and the dream is complete. Minus 318. You have won.
A generous definition of winning, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can, come out of this positive.
There definitely are ways. There are a couple of encounters that you get toward, mid-end game that will multiply your pleasance, right? Or zero out your madness. Also, sorry, dork-ass English majors, recognized dork-ass English majors, that has to be a Narnia thing, right? That's literally the last scene of the last battle.
Fair.
I
have all the Narnia books. I couldn't get through all of them.
Dawn Treader and The Silver Chair are the two good ones. Honestly, you don't really need to worry about anything else. I enjoyed this so much. Thank you for giving this, again, ambitious, janky, kind of fucked up, but really wonderful game a chance with me. Yeah, you just zoomed out. Look at how big that map is.
Yeah, I mean, it's there, that's why I wanted to go north from where we were, just because I was curious what happened.
I don't think... Oh, sorry, go.
So that is the extent of the map. Is there to there, right to left, and then top to bottom.
We found the southern border, yeah. Still, I have a strong sense that while this game is not as emotionally or, how do I say this, literarily ambitious as Spy Intrigue, I have a strong sense that it is going to have the same unheralded masterwork aspect that Spy Intrigue does, right? Where nobody is going to play this, but then the people who do and the people who get it, like me, are going to yell at their friends about this for years.
Yeah, there's 289 squares. Did I do that math right? Yeah, I had to have. 289 squares.
In the main map?
In the main map.
So there's also a bunch of hidden areas, yeah.
The meridian is its own thing. And then I don't even know where to begin with the poles. Because we sat in the Sea of Stars for a while because that dropped us off in Yan. Yeah, so there is an obscene amount in this game.
Let me get my thoughts together about this. We'll reconvene next week. We'll spend a little bit sort of kind of rehashing and talking about this.
Yeah, this is definitely something to because you talk about things that push what you can do with IF.
Oh yeah.
And I don't think I've seen anything like this, even just in like pure scale, not to mention all the other aspects of it. So that's super interesting. I definitely want to get everything, because I've got it all loaded on YouTube. I just don't have it. Haven't added the description, so I'd love to add this as well. Even though, you know, the last time I played IFComp stuff, I got through like 11 games, something insane like that. But they were shorter games. They were not necessarily this kind of game. Yeah, this is wildly interesting, and especially to do it as a parser game. Like, I think it would have worked as a Twine game almost.
Yeah. It might be really interesting, actually, if we revisit this next week and then do my original idea for part 2 of this session, which was 4x4 Archipelago, which is another similarly ambitious, sprawling, at least partially procedurally generated game that pushes the medium of Twine forward.
Yeah. Because I think... Yeah, I keep coming back to, like, why did it need to be... Like, especially because all of these things need to be defined. Like, visit the market versus visit the harbor. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting.
I could not even imagine the amount of work that went into this, right? And like more and more as the indie game scene develops, we're seeing one-man studios like the guy who made Stardew Valley create these things that were kind of a hobby project. That what's his name? Toby Fox, is it? No, that's the Undertale. That's the Undertale guy, right?
I will take your word for it.
That people like the developers were kind of anticipating being a hobby project that like end up to reuse a phrase, pushing the medium forward. And yeah, for every Toby Fox, there's 1,000, games that kind of fall by the wayside, right? But like the people who appreciate this medium find these things and find interesting things in them and talk about them. And I'm glad that I'm talking about this with you.
Yes, absolutely. No, and that's why, as much as I like doing some of the solo stuff, I definitely am interested in finding, in having someone to discuss it with and like think about with, because that makes it a lot easier to coalesce ideas. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the rock tumbler of discourse. That is a terrible fucking metaphor. I'm going to go to bed.
All right. Yeah. We're gonna raid out to somebody. That's for sure.
All right.
Yeah. This has been a very interesting game. Just give me 30 seconds to see if we can't find something interesting.
I could actually just yell about weird fiction forever. So if you would like me to articulate the China medieval references, I sure can.
Yeah, so like again, it's it seemed like it was pulling on threads of things that were significantly deeper than like just referencing.
I think that the tradition of writing that William Dooling is working in here, it is to my taste, and that is why I can identify a lot of it and yell about a lot of it, right? Is making a reading list too pretentious? Because like, if you like this game, like, I can recommend you some books you'll like.
I've got to figure out what I am reading next. I am buried in some rough books.
Yeah, I just finished Between Two Fires by Christopher Beeldman, and like, oh my god, dude, it's a Black Plague historical fiction, which is just so fucking brutal. The kind of book that you close the last page and just kind of stare at the wall for a minute. And I think I might need a rom-com. Like, I need like I need like a cozy mystery. I need to like not read about tragedy and pillaging and rape and bodies burning.
Yeah.